Yo, 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 what it is, what it is, what it is, what's up? What it is, what's up? Hey, man, I'm getting tired of this Nash prop, bruh. I'm getting real sick and tired of this Nash prop. I'm tired of people that don't know how to comprehend what people are saying. I'm tired of people who twist up people's words so they can make an argument that they want to make. I'm tired of it. This Nash prop is ridiculous. It's gone out of hand. And we're here to set the record straight. The link will be in the chat soon. If you want to come up here and try to argue me down on why you think Nash is a top 5 offensive player ever, cool. You do that. The link will be in the chat. The link will be in the chat soon. But I do want to at least make the point that I was making. Because again, we have people that don't know how to comprehend. First off, people that are trying to make this about Kobe Bryant, you're the nasty one. You, sir, are the nasty one. Everything doesn't revolve around Kobe. I know y'all think that for me, I guess. Everything doesn't revolve around Kobe. Number two, I wasn't basing Nash's ranking off winning or not winning. I said if Jalen Brunson gets it done, that goes ahead. But that wasn't my point about Steve Nash. If you go back in the PC Live we just did, what I said was the nigga made an MVP jump at 30 years old. And that so happened to coincide with him then being traded to the Phoenix Suns. That was my point. Up until he got to Phoenix, was anybody going to be calling Steve Nash a top 5 offensive player? Hello. Up until the years with Phoenix, was anybody going to be out here saying that Steve Nash is a top 5 point guard of all time? No. I'll give you the answer. No. So that's why, in my opinion, his system helped him out more than others because we hadn't even seen him get to close that level of play until he got to Phoenix. Duh, everybody plays in a system. People who are using Kobe as an argument over the triangle, again, missing the forest from the trees. I was highlighting the level of player he was that coincided with the system jump. Kobe Bryant, the reason why I didn't apply to Kobe Bryant was already a first team All NBA caliber player by age 22. 8 years before Steve Nash had even dreamt of being that level of player. He was already a first team All NBA quality player at age 22. So, no, it's not the same thing. Shaq was already one of the 10 best players in the world his rookie season. So bringing up the triangle for Shaq, no, I'm not talking about winning. I'm talking about level of player. That's what I'm talking about. We haven't seen a jump like that before in the league, or pretty much since. Nash was elite before and after D'Antoni. Who said? Oh my god! Oh my god! These people don't listen. People don't listen. Nash was really good before D'Antoni and after D'Antoni. Yes, he was a third team All NBA caliber player, maybe second. He went from that to MVP at 30. Goodness gracious. How hard is that to comprehend? Thank you, Z. ZZ, the only one got comprehension skills. Nobody's saying that Nash wasn't good. He was good. He was great. Players can improve by age 30. Not to that extent. When have we seen it since? I'll ask you that then. Have we seen a player go from age 29, a third team All NBA quality player, to MVP? You let me know. You let me know. For all the know-it-alls in the chat, y'all let me know the player in modern history outside of Steve Nash that jumped from 29-year-old third team All NBA player to MVP at age 30. This nigga said Tim Duncan. He don't know basketball. He don't know basketball. That is the point. That's the point. To sit here and try to ignore the offensive system that he was playing in to coincide with his leap as a player is dense purposely, in my opinion. It is purposely dense because you just want to rattle off statistics as if we don't already know that. We already know that. And also, I am consistent with this logic. I don't sit here and with that's why I say Steph Curry, for the people who keep bringing him up, but he was already better. He was a better player without Steve Kerr than Steve Nash was without Mike D'Antoni prior to joining Phoenix. What do I always say? Steph Curry's best season is 2021, not the 16 season. And in my opinion, why? Because in 16 the league wasn't equipped to guard him yet because they were innovative in how they were playing. By the time we get to 2021, the league had adapted. The league got more switchable. The league got more better bigs that can come up higher in pick and rolls. In 2016, they were sitting there, and a big was in a deep drop against Steph Curry. So, yes, his statistical profile in 16 would tell you he was better. But I take all of these things into consideration. That's why, to me, his best season is 21. It's not 16. So I always take into consideration how I see how I see somebody's offensive environment at the time, etc., etc. I've been doing this. This is not anything new, just pertaining to Steve Nash. The reason why I'm so high on Kobe and Dwayne Wade for doing what they did, and even LeBron when he got going later on in the 2000s, is because the league had at that time been set up to guard players like that. Coming off of the prime and reign of Michael Jordan. Prior to Mike, the league was seen as a big person league. You couldn't necessarily win with the volume scoring two guard. So there weren't as many great wing and point of attack defenders in Mike's day. Michael Jordan gets great. Other players then emulate Michael Jordan. The league adapts. The league adapts. So no, y'all can relative offensive rating me to death all you want to. The league was nowhere near equipped to handle a point guard as good as Steve Nash. I'm not taking away that he was really good, but a point guard as good as Steve Nash, playing with multiple shooters around the court, playing that quickly, and there are still probably 2 7-footers on the other team. 2 slow-footed 7-footers. No. Nobody said it takes away from his skill. Who said that? Who said that? Who said it takes away from the skill set? Who said that? I'm qualifying his statistical profile in the time. That's all I'm doing. What do I keep saying 15 times? The people that be stuck on relative offensive rating, that was even my argument on PC. I said if you want to talk about him as a player, we can do that. But don't sit here and relative offensive rating me to death when he's playing in a system 10, 15 years ahead of its time. There are 2 slow-footed bigs on the court. They're running spread pick and roll over and over and over again. Z07, you keep saying that dumb shit over and over, bringing up Jerry West. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? With this transferable skills? I know Steve Nash has transferable skills. Number one, Steve Nash was never as good as Jerry West. That's number one. So I don't even know why you keep bringing that up. What are you bringing that up for? Again, based on watching them play, based on watching basketball. That's what it's based on. That's what it's based on. Saying someone's better isn't an argument. I don't have to make an argument to you. Who said you're that important enough for me to have to make an argument for that right now? I'm not even talking about Jerry West right now. But Jerry West, especially relative to his league, is a better player than Steve Nash. I don't even know why we're even trying to have that discussion. If we want to do relative to his time, Jerry West clears Nash, clears Steve Nash. Not even a conversation, not even a convo. Sky Blue, I know. There's apparently a Hunter nigga in the chat trying to argue that. Oh, why is Jerry West better than Steve Nash? I'm not finna sit here and argue everything with you niggas. I'm not. I'm not. Some things should be sky blue, grass green. If you don't know that Jerry West is better than Steve Nash, God bless you. God bless you. What kind of random stream? Nah, Mars. And I blame you. I blame you for all of this Nash propaganda. I blame you. It doesn't matter if you've spoken about it recently. These niggas have heard you before. Jokic or Nash, who better? Jokic. The link is in the chat. Anyone who isn't a narrative merchant knows how good Steve Nash is. Cool, bro. And then that's what y'all do as well. When somebody disagrees with y'all, it's narrative merchant. Oh, you don't know the information. Oh, no, I just disagree. Yeah, I just disagree. I disagree. That's it. I'm aware. I'm aware of the his offenses that he led. I'm aware of them. I've been talking to and listening to Mars now for years. I know. Trust me, I know. I've been around that nigga too much not to know him at this point. Your disagreements made no sense to you because there are other people in the chat that they did make sense. So qualify it to you. You didn't comprehend. I put the link in the chat. Where everybody at? Where everybody at? Where everybody at? Z07 be having hella shit to say in everybody chat. Don't ever come up. Don't ever come up and actually be a man and go face to face. Never, ever. Didn't do it on low stream when he had the opportunity. It didn't do it never. Doesn't ever do it. Nash Peak is better than Kobe's. It's okay. Watch this. Now type something else. Type something else. What's your name? Jersey Joe. Type something else. How much times I gotta say you said word for word you value transferable skills of being ahead of your time? I don't necessarily know. I do like the transferable skills. You don't necessarily have to be ahead of your time. That you added that. You added that. I do like transferable skills though. Two of my favorite players of all time weren't ahead of their time. In Kobe and D Wade. I don't even think necessarily to a certain extent LeBron was like ahead of his time. He made it. He maybe made the league his team adjust to putting more shooting around him, but you don't necessarily have to be ahead of your time. When you said that last on your top 10 list, this is a lie. You said ahead of your time. That was my argument. Uh, if I said that, that was probably pertaining to like Jerry West. And I think, like, oh my God, for y'all to sit here and like, some of y'all be too smart to play dumb all the time. If I said, hey, if I qualified Jerry West as somebody and valued him being ahead of his time, obviously that's going to matter more than for Jerry West, who played it damn near the origins of the game, not Steve Nash and a Brunson. Like, stop being dense on purpose. You're being dense if you think there's a correlation between me saying that about Jerry West and then trying to apply that to a Steve Nash argument. It's not the same context around the two players. So it doesn't even matter if I said that about Jerry West. It doesn't apply to Steve Nash. Yeah, I said he played in a system. I was saying that Jerry West's skill set and his play was ahead of his time. Those aren't the same thing. It's not. Stop trying to make it the same thing when it's not. System and skill set, two different things. Steve Nash was a pass first point guard. That play style wasn't ahead of its time. His system, his offensive environment was ahead of his time. A pass first point guard who ran pick and roll and who could pull up shoot was not ahead of its time. We had seen Mark Price. No, you can come up if you agreed, whatever. We can look at, let me pull this up. Let me pull this up very quickly. Let's pull this up. Share screen. Boom. Here we go. Steve Nash, his career. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit so y'all can see a little bit better. Let's see. Back up a little bit. All right, how does that look? It looks better. Bet. Here we go. Steve Nash prior to his Phoenix years. Mind you, this is from age 22 to 27. Look at it. Look at his field goal percentage. Doesn't have a year shooting over 50%. All of a sudden, it gets to Phoenix. Does it not shoot 50% from the field? But that has nothing to do with Phoenix, right? Cool. So look at his assists per game. Doesn't have a singular season averaging more than 9 assists in before Phoenix. Gets to Phoenix. Now he doesn't not average more than double-digit assists. But that has nothing to do with Phoenix, right? Cool. Where is he rated at as a player in the league beforehand? Where we at? Trying to 14th and 11th in MVP voting. Prior to Phoenix. The year before he got to Phoenix, he played 78 games. He didn't even make an all-star team. And then the next year, he wins the MVP. Are you serious? He went from non-all-star to MVP. And y'all are sitting here telling me that had nothing to do with Phoenix. Are we serious? Are we serious? This is all just Steve Nash is miraculously way better at 30. Then I got people telling me that this is what got me going. He led those great offenses in Dallas as if Dirk Nowitzki, the real MVP candidate, the real first team All NBA caliber player on the team, he wasn't the one leading the elite offenses. It was Nash. It was Nash. Impact tied to team construct. You admitted that. I don't rank off that. I rank off. If anybody has known me for the past years, I rank off players. How good do I think you are, period? You literally just ignoring the Suns only won 29 games. Let's go to it. Let's go back to it. So, where we at? Boom. In '03, where we at? It's going to take too long, actually. I can't believe these words I'm about to say. I can't believe them. But Penn actually made a great argument about this. Penn actually made a fantastic argument, and that is that Phoenix basically didn't lose any of their team adding Steve Nash. Steve Nash like signed, whereas he made the argument for Shaq being the MVP in '05 is that they traded away key pieces to get Shaq. Thus making him the MVP and more valuable. When Steve Nash joined the Suns, there's the link. Hold on. Let's get these yeah.
Yo.
Oh wait, hold on. My headphones ain't even connected.
All right, you can hear me? You can hear me? Chat got me?
All right, go ahead.
All right. No, I don't even think Nash is really that overrated. I feel like people gauge him pretty fairly, but I mean, this all started because we were comparing Nash to Brunson, right? So let's just get full on nasty with it. Like, start saying names. Start saying names. Who's better than Nash? Like, get right to it, you know?
Oh, let's address that very quickly because I do. Oh, I like. Look, man. I know we've tried to contextualize winning and all of that, and I do think that is important. But again, to me, if Jalen Brunson wins a championship as the best player on his team, beating one of these two teams coming out of the Western Conference, mind you, one is known as one of, if not the greatest defense ever, and the other one in this playoff round, I mean, these playoffs, relatively is the best defense ever. If he goes to the finals and performs well, which I said that then, not just winning it, I said perform. If he goes to the finals and performs well against an historic defense, why can't I give him that nod? Why can't I give him that credit?
I would say to that, I mean, me personally, as a Knicks fan and someone who would probably, most people would say, will underrate Jalen Brunson. I give him a hard time for a lot of stuff. But if he was to be either one of these West Coast teams, the mantle of greatness that will be bestowed upon Jalen Brunson, without a doubt, would be very earned and deserved. As much as I could like critique his game specifically, but this is what I think at the crux of the argument, what it really is that Jalen Brunson himself, I would argue, is kind of more of like a shooting guard in a point guard's body, straight up scorer, bucket getter. And that's what the real, it's kind of like, do you like chocolate or vanilla? It's like me personally, I like a pass first point guard, somebody who can make the offense itself great, like a Halliburton. But, and that's what people see in Steve Nash. I don't really think he's like that overrated though, honestly. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, let's name the names who we're putting above Nash at this point.
I mean, I have him as one of the top 10 point guards of all time.
I mean, I think that's pretty around where most people have him. So it's like, I mean, if he's overrated, I mean, who are we putting above him?
Some
It's
people
like,
try to put him in like number one. I'll say this. Let me say this. I don't think I don't have him as one of the top 5 offensive players ever. I do not.
well, I think that's kind of crazy. Yeah, like top 5 offensive players ever. And that's the thing that I think you're actually making a very fair point on is like if he's like this late bloomer, like maybe had like a shorter peak than like some, other quote unquote all-time greats, that's a fair criticism for his career. But I think that's kind of why Nash is like on the outer 10 of like the greatest point guards of all time. I think a lot of people would say that. Like, and again, it's like Steve Nash, let's look at his game in completeness. It's not like he was a defensive stopper or anything like that. He was one side of the ball most of his career. I mean, he could get some steals, but
He was a terrible defensive player.
but yeah. All right, later.
I would even say, all right. Oh, you going? I think so. All right. He's a worse defensive player than Jalen Brunson, and that's on phone them. That's on phone them. That's on phone them. Jerry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me first off say, since we talking about Steve Nash, happy 32nd birthday to Mars. I saw him in the chat earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, I've been here since probably like 2007. Once he got that MVP, I've seen the direction the league was going. It's way worse now, where like they have the whole foreign thing going on. Like all the MVPs go to foreigners, or what do you call it? The Euros. I feel like they tried to start. He's from Canada, but they tried to start that back then too. And then because of him getting those EVPs, people overrate him like naturally. But then it's funny to see somebody like Mars that like really overrates him because like the last guy just said, I don't think most people would have him that high. It's just the ones with loud voices have him too high. Like top 5 offensively to me is I just can't see how you could put him in the top 5. Especially when like he wasn't to me to be like one of those guys. I'll kind of put Jokic in this boat too. Like if you don't care to score, I don't really view you as like a top echelon offensive player. Because like those Steve Nash years, it was a lot of pick and roll for him to pass to Amari, pick and roll to spray it out to shooters, which that's normal point guard duties, especially in that time period. But to say that he's a top 5 offensive player all time, to me, that's way overboard.
And see, this is what I'm saying. Z07 led the best stretch of team offense ever. Like
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
Like,
so, bro.
Relative to the era that was done in.
Oh like, my goodness, brother.
That team, that offense, that entire infrastructure was way ahead of its time, like you said earlier. Like from the coach to the philosophy to the players to the spacing to their actions in general. Like teams were not ready for that. Even like probably 2 or 3 years in, the league still couldn't like catch up to it because it was just too advanced. And then he's a great player, of course, but come on, man. He's not. I don't even believe he was top 5 in the years he won.
Let me address this. So I give Mike D'Antoni his credit, but to people in the chat saying team don't matter, I guess, so team effect doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me the way it matters to you all. I try to everybody loves context until context is used on their favorite player. The way I try to judge basketball players is narrowing it down to them as an individual basketball player. That's why I'm not that high on like you Draymond Green people. Like Drago to me does this same thing with Draymond Green that some of y'all do with Steve Nash. I'm not saying that team effect doesn't matter. I'm not saying that. But, man, I'm not sitting here saying that because one player has this great effect on an individual team, that means he's a better player than these other players who I just think are better basketball players than him or than them. And he's not having the same effect on his basketball team.
Would you put CP3 over Nash at that time period? Young CP3?
Yes, Chris Paul is better than Steve Nash.
I agree. I also think too, like people don't give D'Antoni the credit he deserves because of those teams. Like, and we've seen it play out with Harden as well. Like D'Antoni just elevates offenses, and like he's a cheat code. But he a lot of people don't give him that credit, but he literally is. So that kind of goes in, that kind of messes up people's evaluation of Steve Nash as well.
And I think y'all look at basketball wrong. If you think team effect and portability are the only things that matter for measuring players, then I just disagree with. Well, maybe not the portability part per se, but just flat out just team effect being the number one. The team effect for me judging a player is third, fourth, fifth down the list. I'm looking at you as an individual player. That's how I judge players. Because I do feel like some players would have a better of team effect if they were on another team. But that's me putting that on them because I'm judging them as a player. And if y'all don't make that mental leap, then cool, that's y'all. If you value individualism, why do you care about winning? Because I've seen too many great individuals put themselves and their team in position to win, especially in this particular sport of basketball. But as the number of people and teammates increase, then that matters less and less to me. But basketball is one of the team sports that one individual player can have a major impact on winning. Now, winning, I care even less about, like in football, because you're not even playing both sides of the field. There are special teams that can mess up that you have nothing to do with, etc., etc. But basketball is a sport greatly impacted by individual players. Absolutely, it is.
Yeah, for sure. That's why the best of the best like usually win. Like you don't really win championships without one of those top 5 guys usually. Like currently in the league at that time period.
I forgot Real Talk don't like Holly either for the same reasons. Fair. I don't dislike Holly. I just feel like I'll do the same thing with him.
Yeah.
He's a tad bit overrated.
He is, especially offensive. Like I don't know. Maybe I need to readjust how I view offense. Like because I come from the time period of like the early 2000s, like being a fan. Like that's when I started watching. But to me, like guys like Halliburton, guys like Steve Nash, even to a lesser extent, Jokic, like, yeah, y'all are great. Y'all are great floor generals. But I feel like we've taken floor general and gave it too much credit now. But they don't do that for CP3, which is kind of funny.
I agree. And I also think players like CP3 and Nash, and I think even Nash has said this himself, both, I think sometimes their lack of scoring aggression hurt their team.
I don't have Magic.
Because both were the best scorers on their team as well for a large majority of their career. Nash was the best scorer on the Suns. CP3 was the best scorer on the Hornets and the Clippers. Sometimes their lack of scoring aggression was a problem.
Yeah, that's why I've come off
And
Magic
it's Z07 exactly. Boom. That argument for Nash is becoming Draymond had 32, 7, and 15 in that one game.
Oh, that one series.
Oh, he had that good one series against Portland. I know. Steve Nash averaged the 30 against Dallas. I know. That one series.
See, that's what I'm saying. They talk about him like he's done that over and over. To me,
he did that one time.
Doing that makes you top 5-ish offensively. That's what you need to do, bro.
Yeah, y'all go to that same one series. He averaged 30 on plus 19 multiple times. Please show me Z07. Please. Please show me where he averaged 30 on plus 19 multiple times. Please. I please put that in the chat. Please do so.
Oh, that's who said that. Zo7. He said, okay, so Jerry should have Magic High. I don't have Magic High anymore. I used to growing up, but that was like, you learn as you go. That's why Chill saying Magic is a better scorer than Luka was like insane to me. Because if Magic was that level of scorer, that nigga would be the GOAT.
I don't think I've ever watched a stream where I've disagreed with like everything. I don't care. Disagree, nigga. Disagree. I don't even know how that's true when I've heard you say that Chris Paul sometimes hurt his team with his lack of scoring aggression. So I don't even know how you're disagreeing with something you've said. But that's typical. Y'all let Mars say any and everything he wants to. Nobody gets held accountable. He doesn't get held accountable. Y'all don't be on his shaft. It's fine. There's the link. Yeah, Drago, we are. We are. Super chat. Yeah, you could join. This is the link. Super chat. Let me see. Jerry Joe, that one. You just mad Nash clear your fave, Kobe and Luka. Not facts. Ashley Wright with the $4.99. I respect you real talk, but I think the discourse is too far either direction. I understand why people are angry about 06 Kobe. This isn't about Kobe's MVPs. Oh my God. I could care. Honestly, it's 06. It's happened. It's done. We can't do anything about that. I don't care. I'm with you, real talk. Mars can do no wrong in the PC community. Facts. That's why I be ignoring half these niggas sometimes. Because half of them are just Martians. That's all they are. Whatever Mars says, they're going to agree with it. That's just a fact. And it'll be some of y'all the first people who say that's not what's happening. Oh, that's not what happened. Are going to be the same people that do it. Or the same platform I freaking wanted to have a shit Rondo better than I was one of them overrated because of me.
So Ox.
I mean, crazy stuff gets said on there all the time.
Yeah, I heard Chris Webber's better than Jokic on there. I don't know, man.
It is what it is.
I heard Magic is a better scorer than Luka. I've heard a lot.
It is what it is. But when sometimes this is in a few communities I know. Whatever the creator is saying, I already know what half the people that listen to him are saying because they're just going to say the same thing he does. I don't need to see a Z07 chat because I talk to Mars. There's no need. I already
Same
know what
person?
he's going to say. Mars, whatever Mars said, that's what he's going to say. I don't have to hear him or see him type anything. It's whatever Mars just said, he's going to say. So, like, half the platform don't rate him. So, how is he one of the most overrated ever? Because of you and low.
And the chat.
That's why. That's why. Because of you and low. I'm pretty sure on the PG listings, when we had the PG listing, this was crazy. It makes it seem like I think, first off, is he the most overrated? You know, it's a title. You know what I'm saying? Let me get my content off. Okay, that's number one. I have him in the top 10 point guards of all time.
Of the top
You would
10.
think by the way some of these niggas is responding in the chat, I don't think Nash is good. I think Nash is great.
He's straight. He's straight.
I think he's fantastic.
I've seen better.
One of the greatest shooters ever. One of the best passers ever.
KD's better. Harden's better. Kawhi's better. LaMelo Ball's better.
You got pushback for saying Brunson better if he wins. Stop acting like a victim. I'm not acting like a victim. I'm getting my point across on my platform. This is my platform, nigga. You can't tell me what to do on my shit. That's why I started my shit. You start your own shit where you can talk to nobody in your chat because nobody's in your chat. Don't tell me what I can do and how I need to talk on my shit. That's why I have my shit. You go start your own shit and tell people how to talk over there. That's what you can do. That's what you can do.
Donovan Mitchell might be better.
Better than who?
Steve Nash.
All right, now you're going too far. You're going too far.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take it back.
You're going too far. You're going too far.
What up?
Yo,
What up? Salute,
what up, Bob?
salute. What you
Hey,
up to, man?
What's up, man? Nothing much. You back with the
King
Sig, huh?
Sig. King
Yep,
Sig in the
I'm
building.
happy. I've been telling y'all from jump the last 3 years about my boy Brunson, but I'm gonna say this: as much
Nobody
as you
want to
are right,
respect him, Bob. Nobody want to respect him.
they won't. And the funny part is I've been saying this for the last 3 years. Why y'all need to respect them? But every time I try to jump on PC or someone's channel just to inform them, they feel some type of way. But to be honest with you, the sad part about this conversation, you're right in the aspect that no one respects Brunson. But this team, based off of that system that Nash was running back then, is literally the team right now he would maximize even better this year with the Knicks team because of the thing is if you notice, and I'm supposed to be doing this on my show, but I'm gonna drop it here. Last night on when they were running the 3-2 zone, no one brought that up on the PC show. They were running 3-2 zone. Brunson was causing problems. He even had a turnover, 24 shot clock violation with Josh Hart. He threw it at the last minute. Josh Hart looked at him and was like, "What are you doing?" There's inconsistencies Brunson still has, but the growth that he has gone, no one expected it. So therefore, he's getting more praises. Now, when you look at Nash, Nash is a more polished, relaxed guy. The only difference between the two is they both play similar, but they both play for their era. The difference is Brunson can go out and get you a bucket regardless of what it is. We've seen him go on an 11-0 run when we were down by 22. He started that. alone. We haven't seen Nash do that except for once. But we've even seen Brunson play other roles. Nash can't play any other role outside of that. Brunson picked up on his defense. He's been rebounding. He's averaging 6 assists in the playoffs. So there's so many things that Brunson creates to the team that is better. Now, when you talk about who's better between Nash and Brunson, Brunson, because Brunson is a champion you want to build around. With all his pay cuts, everything that he's done, he has orchestrated from jump as a leader. So you follow people like that. Nash is more like, I got you. He's not going to push you over the edge. He's just going to make you as good as you are. So if you're looking at the two, Brunson is better because of the time period now of today's game, being an on-ball, off-ball scorer and a guard at his position, rather than just being a facilitator. So Brunson has more value, but when you look at what the team needs, Nash got it. Oh, what up, dude?
What's good, bro?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? What's good,
I'm
Cowboy?
doing good, man. And I want to say thank you because without your coach Brown, walking away from 2017, he wouldn't be with the Knicks. So he's passing on tradition. That's another thing y'all forgot to bring up.
W
Outside of the
Dubs.
players being champions, we have a championship coach who in 2017 was an interim coach, went freaking 15 and 1, 14 straight, lost one and then won the 15th game.
Hey,
We are
Bob.
currently now at 11. What's up?
And he did it without Brown. Continue. Continue.
I'm just
I
saying,
mean,
like, this dude is winning. Like Mike, Coach Brown, the different man. There's so much I wish I could tell y'all about this team, but let's stick to the point. When you look at Nash and when you look at Brunson, Brunson in today's game is who you want. He's gonna be the guy in the gym that you're gonna see work hard and push you, and you will have to be better. But when you look at Nash, you just know, hey, Nash is here. We're good. There's no fight. There's no hunger. So for me, Brunson got it.
I just want to know, real talk. You think Steve Nash is the most overrated player ever? Is that what you think?
I'd said he's one of.
Do you
Nah,
think
stand on,
he's? Do
stand
you
on,
think
stand
he's
on.
the
So
most? Because
Stand on.
so
the thing that
I'm with
confuses me is that I'll be honest. It's a big community, but like if we looked at it from like just a general perspective, I don't think a lot of people rate Steve Nash crazy highly. I think it's just like a loud minority. To
Well,
be
then
quite
I'm
honest.
talking to the niggas that do.
all right,
But
let me
how
ask you,
you?
who's better,
Fresh
Stockton?
UFC.
All right, I'm gonna give you four names real quick. Is Stockton better than your boy?
Who?
Is he better? Stockton.
The
Fuck.
the Nash?
I can't believe I
Who?
forgot his name. The dude on the Suns
Steve
we're talking
Nash?
Nash.
about.
Nash.
Thank you. I
Nash.
forgot his name.
Yeah, Nash
So
is
is
better.
he Nash is better? Okay.
Nash is
What
better.
makes him better than Nash? Because when you look at the game, they both do the same thing. They facilitate. One had Karl Malone, and he knew you was gonna get 12 assists. They both, yes, they did. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, he
It's
did. He did.
it's
He did.
close.
He did. In fact, get 12 assists for sure. That's exactly what he did. Yeah.
It's
But
close,
that's
but
what
the
I'm.
the
Go ahead.
difference maker is Steve Nash could like probe in the paint for like more seconds. That's probably
Steve
about
Nash
it
is
though.
just a much better scorer. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like
No, 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 not
yeah,
better
he is.
than no, not better than
Not a better
no.
scorer than
He,
John Stockton.
he's not better than a better scorer than John Stockton. You forget John Stockton ended the season with the final shot. Like that last play against the Rockets, that was all him. He
Yeah, that
pulled the
We
was
are
3 point off a
starting
pick and
to
Dwight
roll.
Wade.
we are
Watch.
starting to slide Stockton a bit
No,
too
no.
much.
What I'm
It's
trying to say is this.
to act like
What?
Stockton and Nash isn't a combo.
Yeah,
It's
It's
close.
that's
kind
what
of
I'm saying.
crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
It is a
Well,
combo. They
you think
both.
it's a combo?
I
I'm
think
kind
it
of
is
lie. I'm not
because
gonna lie.
both.
As an not as an offensive player. Not as an offensive
So
hmm
player.
I mean,
Not
Stockton
as an
obviously clears
offensive player.
defensively. I don't need to talk about that.
Exactly,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
what I'm
That's what
saying
I'm. He
though. If
was
you
one of the
consider
best.
both
But we
sides,
talk about. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
I mean,
offense
overall
because
shit.
players, it's
we no
close.
no
It's
no
actually
look
close.
real talk real talk. We're talking about scoring the basketball between Nash.
No, I mean Nash is a better scorer than John Stockton. He's
But
a
John
better
Stockton
offensive
plays
player
better
than John
defense.
Stockton. But John Stockton is we're not finna sit here and act like Steve Nash wasn't
What?
horrendous on the other side of the court.
No, he
Thank
was.
you. That's
Especially
why
comparing
I
him.
asked.
Good.
Especially
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm
comparing
saying.
him.
Who were the
I'm
other
saying,
guys?
I'm not defending Steve Nash when it comes to nothing. When I defend Steve
But I'm
Nash, is
saying as
in
far as
regards to
I'm saying
defense.
comparing them as overall players, not
Yeah,
just
overall
I mean,
players,
offensively.
it's
sure, but
close.
I just think I said he's better. I just don't really. I'm not high on John Stockton. Y'all know how I feel about John Stockton. I'm not really high on John
You know what
Stockton
it
at
is?
all.
You know what it is? It's because of the points. And I hate to say this. Most of us in
I've watched
basketball,
TJ McConnell. You know what I'm saying, like
yeah.
I've seen something similar. You feel me in my lifetime. Where
That's
Yeah.
nasty.
But like
That's
with Steve, I think you've seen something similar in Steve in terms of the modern point guards. You compare him to Tyrese, I guess. But like with Steve, I think his floor game in terms of
No,
like
Hunter,
the,
not by this logic. Stockton is better than Magic because I can think. I don't, by the way.
you don't.
But
Oh,
somebody could. I'm getting so tired of these catch-all, try to gotcha moments y'all try to do. It's not what y'all be thinking it is. What it somebody can think that Curry's offensive prowess overtakes the two-way play of Stockton, and somebody can, on the same hand,
facts.
think that Steve Nash or ex-players' greatness offensively doesn't usurp somebody else's two-way value. It's not just because you think one for one player doesn't mean that's a catch-all thing. God
I think with
damn.
Stockton, he has elite longevity. Obviously, I think Steve Nash peaked higher, of course. But actually, the reason why I came up here to talk about Steve Nash, obviously, was about the comments he made about like the offensive environment stuff. I hear you when it comes to like taxing niggas for the offensive environment. For me, and this is just the conclusion I come to with most offensive players, is like if they're most all-time offenses or when niggas lead elite all-time offenses, it's just gonna be in situations where they're mostly maximized to the best degree, especially for the time. Like, yes, Steve Nash is a different case because Mike D'Antoni found out about different rule changes and he adjusted accordingly before other people, and he was running a certain offense that a lot of people
Let me
weren't
show you
really
the
accustomed.
numbers.
Sorry?
Let me show you the numbers for you. Hold on. Let me show you the Steve Nash shit, KB. You're gonna love this.
Okay.
You're gonna love this. Now, mind you, this is Mr. Oh, I'm way better at 30. All of a sudden, that has nothing to do with the Suns. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yep, I can see it.
Okay. All right. Field goal percentage before Phoenix, not one singular year where he goes over 50%. He goes to Phoenix. All of a sudden, this nigga can't miss no more. Okay, let's continue.
I mean,
Wait a minute.
well,
No, it's not. Let's continue.
I think it shot like 49% one year. Like,
let's continue.
Dallas.
Look at the assist numbers before Phoenix, KB. Doesn't have
But that was the offense.
Doesn't have a single season averaging more than 9 assists. Gets to Phoenix, all of a sudden 11 and a half, 10 and a half, 11 and a half, 11. 9,
No,
11,
but that's because of the
12,
system, though. That
I mean, but
system
you
helped
can.
them.
The thing is, though, you
W
can. But the
D'Antoni.
reason why I don't want to.
KB, but KB, this is the kicker for me, KB.
The point.
This is the kicker.
Well, he
The
jumped.
season prior to Phoenix, he didn't make an all-star team.
I mean, because he played
Yeah.
better in Phoenix.
Mind you, he played 78 games this year. Didn't make an all-star team.
Mm-hmm.
The next season, KB, he was the MVP.
Yeah, because of the system.
He was
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
MVP.
Bro,
Why you
next
think I?
season?
Why you think I brought it up?
to me, that's just
season he was the
that's
MVP.
that's maximizing. I ain't gonna lie, that's maximizing. Listen,
But that's what I'm saying. The system maximized his potential to where he got on a different level.
No,
I'm not saying.
I'm not. Obviously, systems
But
maximize.
that's what I've
people.
been saying.
No, but stop.
KP,
But you still gotta have the skill to complete it, though. That's his point.
Go ahead, KB. Go ahead.
That's his point. That's his point.
My
You have
point
to have
is
the skill
this:
set.
every all-time great offensive player, for the most part, before they reach that pinnacle, no matter how late it is, the nigga could be 45 for all I give a fuck. All right. If the nigga has reached it within a system and has been maximized within a system to then showcase why he is this caliber offensive player, the offensive environment stuff is cool. That shouldn't be like something to hinder him as a basketball player. Yes, Dallas was an elite offensive system. I do think so. I think Dallas was great offensively slanted.
Yeah, Don Nelson.
No one's saying it's not
Dirk
slanted.
Nowitzki.
I understand
Michael
what you're
Finley.
saying.
Michael
Can also,
Michael Finley.
You can also argue, and I guess Mars is probably.
What up, Mars? Happy birthday.
Happy 32nd,
Thank you very much.
OG.
Thank you very much.
Hey, and Mars, you cheated with that Brunson on the PCL with me. I knew I won, but I got cheated.
Hold on, Bob.
You did get cheated.
Go ahead.
Okay, like I was saying, when it comes to the offensive environment stuff, the maximizing part, I get it, because if he wasn't doing things beforehand, but looking at just numbers in terms of what they were doing in the season, maybe stretches throughout the season, a game sample where he looked something similar to what he was doing in Phoenix, those things also matter when taken into account. I'm saying when he got to Phoenix, yes, the system benefited him, some of the rule stuff benefited him. The situation benefited him. I think everybody agrees with that. But it doesn't change the fact of the skill set just being maximized to that degree, especially for what he was doing as well. I feel like the skill set was there, but it just wasn't being maximized for him. It was more so around the team and whatnot because people thought Dirk was the guy in Dallas, which is fine. So it's like, I don't really understand what the issue is when it comes to the numbers flying up, even if he's in his 30s. It just shows that when he had a system built around him, maybe more maximized than others, he's able to showcase not only from just a numbers perspective, but from an impact and a game to game and a play per play possession basis, that he's able to impact the game at an elite level. That's literally that's
point. My point, and here is my point that I have been making. So I just want to be crystal clear, because I don't really care about the numbers either. Honestly, now not being an all-star to the MVP the next year definitely helps my point. I don't give a damn what none of you niggas say, but I will say this:
would you say he was all-star caliber that year?
Sure.
So
De'Aaron Fox isn't winning MVP next year, nigga.
No, but if someone.
Let me finish what you were just.
Okay.
The point is the level of player. That was my original point. My point is, a player to me, especially when you consider the age in which he did it, doesn't go from an all NBA third team, second team best all NBA caliber player to back-to-back MVP caliber player at age 30. And I'm not accrediting his system and environment change drastically impacting that. I just think that is very disingenuous to act as if that didn't have a real impact or sway on, number one, how he is now discussed as a player and how he's viewed as a player. Prior to him getting to Phoenix, even if, let's even say he was the same exact player in Dallas. And this is also why I disagree with the notion that people don't let MVPs and first team all NBAs and stuff like that swing their argument. That's bullshit. People do. Because nobody from between when did he first get into the league? When did he first get into the league?
Well, wait, real talk. Let me just
96, 97.
Real talk. Let me just make
hold on. 96, 97 to 2003, 2004, nobody would have been deeming this player some top 5 offensive player.
But
nobody would have been saying that.
But what you're taking away,
what I'm saying is, you're telling me he goes from that quality of player to top 5 offensive player with a shift of team. And I'm supposed to believe with one of the best offensive minds ever, and I'm not supposed to accredit that situation.
No, but
to helping shape the way in which people view him now.
My thing is this: no one said that you can not accredit the situation people are put them people are put in. People do that all the time. Whether it's LeBron, Miami, obviously Steph, Jokic, his situation. Whatever all-time great offense, even Harden with D'Antoni as well, like the system that he got to be put into. But then also the reason why people tend to
let me counter that very quickly. Because people in the chat have been making this point too. To me, KB, that is an apples to oranges comparison, because I know that systems can help optimize players. I know this, right? But it's not the shift. It's not the drastic shift that Steve Nash was. Steph Curry was already one of the absolute best point guards in the league the year prior to Steve Kerr. Kobe Bryant, and he was a younger player. I'm also considering the age in this heavily as well. Kobe Bryant, the reason why I just ignored dumbasses like Z07 trying to bring up Kobe in the triangle It's because Kobe Bryant was he was a first-team All-NBA caliber player at 22 years old. At 22.
I mean,
That's not the same
Real
thing
talk.
as
the
some
reason why
30-year-old
Real talk. Let me just say this real
going
quick because I
from
gotta run.
third-team All-NBA to MVP.
Let me just say this real quick before I run. Yes, the system did amplify his numbers, but what you have to add into his skill set, his ability to stay at that level, is why you got to give him credit. Because just because you perform because the system's better, you're able to repeat it and repeat it because you're actually better than what the system portrayed you to be. Don't get me wrong, he did improve and became the MVP. That shows that his skill set is important, but he's not better because of that. It just shows that we misevaluated him. But I gotta run. I'll speak to y'all later. Go New York, go New York goes, and Mars, stop cheating. Happy birthday.
My fault. My
All
fault.
right, Bob.
Mars, look, I just got a question for you, real quick, Mars. You're the Steve Nash guy, of course, right? The year prior he went to Phoenix, would you not argue that the skill sets that you were seeing in Phoenix were there in Dallas? It just was not being used to the same degree. Like, would you not say that?
Give or take a couple things.
But that's a
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, give or take a couple things, but for the most part, it was kind of he was Steve Nash, in my opinion.
And what do you mean by that? Like, elaborate.
I think he got stronger once he got to Phoenix. He was also just healthier in Phoenix. But I do think in terms of skill set, most of what Steve Nash was already there. It's just he got stronger and was able to score inside the arc at a higher rate. But I also think the rule changes benefited Steve Nash more than maybe anyone in the league. I think that's probably the bigger thing to harp on as opposed to D'Antoni and whatever. I think the rule changes made guys like Steve Nash look, if you want to say better than they are for the sake of the conversation, then sure. I think that's probably the bigger thing more than D'Antoni and the Suns system, because in my opinion, there's not many people in the league who A, could have ran the Suns system at the time, and B, D'Antoni was there in 04 and that system did not work, in large part because the rules hadn't changed yet. And I think it's also well documented that what was his name? Colangelo or whatever. He was in the Suns front office. They knew about the rule changes coming into effect from the previous season. So they went and pursued Steve Nash for that, which is why I think they were so ahead of the league, because they had an unfair advantage, because Colangelo was in those league meetings knowing what rules were going to be changed, and they targeted Steve Nash because of that. So I think those are the things that I think should be held against Steve Nash, not he was made by D'Antoni or however it's being phrased, in my opinion.
I mean, even if we were going to talk about the league like the rule changes and whatnot, I don't know if you could necessarily say that's something that you could hold against Steve Nash necessarily. Like, that's not, the league rule changes is not inherently his fault, or that Phoenix knew before everyone else. It's not on Steve Nash unless Steve Nash knew as well prior. So
I agree.
So that's the thing I just don't really understand. I think this conversation, I get it. It usually just comes from the fact that he, like, even I believe, I don't think he was deserving of the MVPs. I thought Kobe should have had one of the MVPs that he got. But I think most of the base of the conversation that was there is just coming from that. Like, I think the fact that he's gotten both of those MVPs and that people are starting to understand what kind of offenses he was leading during the time as well is the reason why combos like this are probably just happening. I still think he's a fantastic player. He's still one of the best point guards ever. I don't really think anyone really overrates him, to be quite honest with you, like in terms of the majority, if I'm being completely honest with you. And even him as a basketball player, whether he bloomed at 35 or bloomed at 38 or 20, like, he got maximized when he got maximized. The timing was just different for him versus anybody else, is basically what I'm saying. And his maximization is different. It's a different case in terms of what he was able to do offensively and how he shifted from Dallas to Phoenix. I do understand that point. But the timing of it in terms of age, to me, just, I don't really think matters more, to be honest. Like, that's just what I think, real talk.
Yeah, so, and again, y'all are trying to make this about a Kobe MVP. I don't care. Nash is not a big enough component to Kobe's legacy, in my opinion, to be that stuck on that.
Do you think it would be this much
Because
of a problem if Kobe won
I
that
have a
MVP?
problem with this archetype of player getting ranked highly. Clear, it's not Kobe, it's Nash, it's Magic, it's Halliburton.
Harden.
I just don't rank these players as high as some of y'all do.
Yes, because
Why?
it's your preference. A lot of the players you like, if we list them off, are more in your face in terms of like the scoring capabilities, how they were able to impact games. It's like it's very obvious. With people like Nash, I don't want to compare Nash to Hallie because I think Hallie hasn't done as much as Nash, of course. But like the player archetype and what you're referring to, when you're watching them play from like just a holistic standpoint, you don't feel like as if they're doing a lot of things on the court. But in actuality, it's like a lot of the little things that they do so much well is why they have such a big impact on their team. Like the reading of the game, getting guys set up in certain actions as well, the passing, like the decision making consistently being well for your team. The fact that you're able to generate decent looks time in and time out, it almost feels like it's like a normality to some degree. But what were you gonna say, Mars?
I wanted to
Do
ask
you feel
Roto
like they need
why
to explain
highly
that
those
to like
players.
respectfully?
I'm not saying you don't
Not
value those
you,
things.
not you.
Oh, sorry.
But I'm saying like people like dumbass Z07. It was PRA
Oh my
over.
god.
No, it's not just PRA. Otherwise, I would think Jalen Johnson is good. I don't. I would have been riding hard balls for Nikola Jokic if it was PRA. That's not the point.
Jalen
That is
Johnson
not
is
the
the next
point.
one. He's the next one.
I was told the next Magic
I
Johnson.
think number one, I like more blends of scoring playmaking. And then if I had to choose one, I'm to tilt either way, I guess. I do prefer a heavy score tilt than I'm going to sit and pass and play make for majority of the game and not offer as much scoring aggression as I can. And I was never riding Jokic. That's a lie, Max. That is absolutely a lie. I gave him his credit,
but the thing
but
is, I
I've
don't really
never been this Jokic supporter. That's purely false. But yes, so that's me. That is me.
So what
So
made
you're
you?
not going to. Y'all aren't going to. I know. Nash pushes pace. He advances the ball. What else? He great in pick and roll. One of the greatest shooters of all time. Wish he would have capitalized on that more by shooting more. That would have been great.
Great play.
What
extender.
else? Play extender, great ball handler. I get it.
So
I
what
get it.
skills did Nash lack?
He had a
I don't
lot
think
of
it was
skills.
score. It was more
I didn't
mentality.
like.
I'm asking
I
if
didn't.
any, what skills did Nash lack?
It's
It was
not a
more
lacking of
mentality.
skill. It's more so
He didn't
a
score enough.
tendency
Is that
preference.
you
think
wanted
it was
him to
more-
be more aggressive as a scorer than anything else? Is basically
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
more
saying.
his.
It's more of
mentality.
a tendency preference.
Yeah, he was his tendencies
But
were.
if it's a preference, which is fine, no issue with preferences. Everyone has them. I have my own preferences. Why is he then overrated? Because he doesn't play the way you like.
Because he's not because I judge players off my core values and my beliefs. And so if a player is then to me being hoisted into conversations that he doesn't deserve, in my opinion, then yes, I'm going to disagree.
But why is he not as good as people say? Because he doesn't do things the way you like. That's what I'm asking.
Because everybody has a preference and their preferences. And to me, my preferences, if you play more like that, makes you a better player.
But why does it make you better?
Because that's me.
Yeah, it's more so.
I'm aware it's you. Thank you. To you, why does that make you better?
Because that's my opinion. I don't understand where
He's basically
That's
asked to
how he
explain
views the
as to
game.
why. What
I'm
made
asking, you prefer the stuff you outlined, which is perfectly fine. As I said, everyone has their preferences. I'm asking you to explain why those preferences make a player better. I understand this because you think it does, but I'm asking why you think it does.
because there's no more valuable thing you can do, in my opinion, as an offensive player than put said ball in orange basket. So
But
that is the basis in which I'm starting from. And then we go from that to, okay, do you then make it easier for your teammates to put said ball in orange basket?
okay, so which is fine.
So
Not disagreeing, but what I'm asking, you answer my question. Thank you.
Mhm.
But when you say it's more valuable to put ball in hoop, more valuable to what?
You as an individual player.
Yeah, but you as an individual player in comparison to what? Do you get what I'm asking?
I get what you're
Not
asking.
really.
Okay, the goal of basketball, right,
It's
is
for
to
everyone
win
to
games,
score.
help your team win, right? That's the goal, right?
Mhm.
So is putting ball in hoop more valuable in pursuit of that goal, or is it more valuable to just like? Do you get what I'm
It-
asking now? Like,
yeah,
more what's the more valuable towards what goal? Just being better, but is being better in terms of pursuing the goal of helping your team win, or is it being better is more skilled? Like being better.
Being better as an individual player. I think
And that
the more that you lean into playmaking, the more teammate dependent you are, in my opinion. And so if I'm judging you as an individual player, and a lot of your success hinges upon the success of your teammates, I do kind of value that differently.
But I understand what you're saying, but in terms of the scoring stuff, like skill wise, there wasn't really much he lacked as a scorer. Like especially when he got to
He
Phoenix.
lacked the aggression to be
No,
you
even
gotta
more
do
that's
it.
what I
aggressive
was
as a
gonna say.
scorer.
You gotta do it.
That's what I was going to say. But because again, when we talked about this earlier situation, he wasn't really asked to be a level of an aggressive scorer. Like we can obviously talk about when he was asked or dared, I guess, like against San Antonio, score the basketball. We want to see if you could score. He was scoring rather well, to be quite honest with you. Like there's instances where teams have basically said, "Yo, like we're not going to let the other try to beat him. We're going to try to let Steve Nash beat him," and he was more than capable of doing it. And I think the reason why his playmaking gets talked about so much, his decision making gets talked about so much, is because even though we talk about his scoring and lack of aggression, it was that good to where even though he didn't have to put up 20, people knew what it was in terms of his pull up shooting, his pick and roll game, and whatnot. It is how his in between game got better. So I think that's also like a fair way to talk about it. Like that in my opinion, that's just what I see.
Also, if the goal is to make team better or to win,
What?
throughout
I
the
think he's
history of the game, what archetype is more successful in accomplishing said goal?
bigs usually. But
And bigs do what? Shaq is what
A
primarily?
scorer, yeah.
I mean, it depends. It
Okay.
depends on the big you're talking about, because typically it's more so the two-way bigs who tend to be
Kareem
better defensively
was
than
what?
offensively. Yeah,
But
Kareem
I'm
was
saying them as offensive players are what?
amazing, but scores. But
They're scores, exactly.
yeah, but then you also run into like the bigs who were also scorers but couldn't facilitate, the Patrick Ewings of the world, weren't as good. So like, and I'm not saying
Yeah, I
obviously
said there's
you have
a
to be able to
blend
do
that
both.
needs to
Yeah,
be
sky
met.
blue, obviously. My
Right.
point, but if archetypically I understand being lower on a certain archetype versus another. Everyone is lower on other archetypes than others. Like Cam Thomas's archetype, people are lower on that than like a two-way wing like OG Anunoby or something. I don't know. Like people are lower on some and higher on others. But I guess my question, my confusion is how can he be the most overrated player ever when more people are on your side in terms of the masses of the basketball community than on, I guess, my side?
Well, I don't engage with a lot of those people, clearly. You see the chat.
Yeah, because you occupy a platform where, as you apparently said, is everyone follows me and my opinions of Steve Nash are clear. But outside of the sphere of players' choice, something that you also alluded to, by the way, PC is not the real basketball hemisphere.
Correct.
You said, and Steve Nash outside of the PC hemisphere is not rated very highly. There's a lot
Correct.
more, and I'm not saying you because I don't
It's
think
not
you're
even
hating
PC
on Steve.
hemisphere. It's just you. I just.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the only one on PC who's high on Nash, but as high as I guess Raw Talk's alluding to anyway. But and I'm not saying this is you because I don't think your opinion of Nash is based on Kobe's MVPs, but there are a large portion of Kobe fans in particular who dislike Steve Nash in large part because of the MVP stuff. Which I'm not saying they're wrong for disliking him. They dislike him, but that's a subsection of fans right there. There's a bunch of Bron fans who think Steve Nash won his MVP in 06. They exist. Like there's a lot of fans who don't like Steve Nash very much, and they're very prevalent fan bases. And then you've got a bunch of former players who don't rate Steve Nash very highly. Like you'll see start bench cuts with a bunch of point guards, and they'll have Deron Williams on there, Steve Nash, Tony Parker, and Steve Nash is the one getting cut. Like Steve Nash is not viewed in the way that, in my opinion, justifies a title of this ilk. I understand. Gotta do what you gotta do. But even saying he's one of the most overrated players, to me, is not substantiated by anything in terms of looking at what overrated means and how the majority view him. Also,
a conversation and your
Go ahead.
viewpoint of it is only based on what you're exposed to, right? And
yeah,
I know that I said PC, there's the basketball outside of PC, right? I haven't had a Steve Nash convo outside of the
but
PC
even like I said,
realm
even
in
on PC,
years.
I get outnumbered in terms of Steve Nash on PC. So even that
I know
doesn't
that, but all the people in which I work with, you and or listen to myself. So the Lows of the world, the Carson,
Lowe has a video calling Steve
the
Nash one of the most
Hughes.
overrated players ever. I've seen that on his channel.
He loves whoa.
Versus.
Lowe for
He
sure.
loves
I can
Steve
find
Nash.
Lowe has a video calling Steve Nash.
He
one of the
loves
most
Yeah.
Steve
overrated players ever.
Nash.
He did.
I never said he doesn't. I'm saying Lowe
he
has a
180
video.
though. He went from
Lowe has a video calling Steve Nash one of the most overrated players ever.
and he alluded
must
to
have not seen that
he
video.
was alluding to. I remember that video. He was alluding
7
to
years
the-
ago, is Steve Nash one of the most overrated players of all time? It's a 20-minute video.
7 years ago.
7 years ago, 2019. I knew he had a video on his channel about Steve Nash being
God damn,
overrated.
20,
Yes. Steve Nash has Lowe has a video calling Steve Nash one of the most overrated players ever. But even if he's changed his mind, as people are allowed to do, I'm not saying he doesn't. But
Absolutely.
what I'm saying is there's not enough people, in my opinion, to justify calling him one of the most overrated players of all time when we are so clearly in the minority. It's insane. Also, when we did on my channel, shout out to Master of Sports, the top 10 point guards list, you had him at 7. I had him at 6. So what exactly is the disconnect? Jason Kidd? Because that was the only player that you had above him who I didn't. Is the disconnect Jason Kidd?
No. And again, I did have him. I've been saying I had him top 10 point guards.
Was that a
I mean, I
list,
hope
like,
so.
Was that list or beats
The
or just in general?
disconnect.
That was
is,
top 10 point guards of all time. That's what that list was. He had him at 7. I had him at 6. The only player difference was Jason Kidd, who he had at 6.
Oh,
And I had
what is-
Jason Kidd at 7. That's
what's
the
the
only
discussion?
difference. So if I'm the face of overrating Steve Nash, and the only difference between where I rated him on the Pantheon of point guards is Jason Kidd from where you rated him, how?
We can arrive to different to similar conclusions and arrive there differently.
We can, but how does that mean I'm over? Because rating, so at the end of the day, rating someone is an outcome. The process actually isn't relevant to when it comes to overrated. All that matters is where is this player rated? Is it too high? Is it
You
too
think
low?
he's one of the 5 best offensive players?
No, I don't. I said he's tier 1. But I don't even have a concrete top 5. I just know Magic, Nash.
You've never said. Hold on.
I
You've never
probably
said
have
Nash
on
is
the
one
day.
of
I might have said it, but I've also said Magic,
Okay.
Nash, Jokic, Bron, MJ, Steph, Kobe. That's 7 names right there who I all consider probably tier 1. Nash is in Shaq, 8. That's 8 names who I probably consider tier 1. If I want to be really nitpicky, I can move tier 1 into like maybe 2 or 3 names in which I've never said Steve Nash is in that 3. So no, but yeah, one of 8.
Add
Cool.
KD. Add KD. Yeah.
How exactly is that me overrating him to the degree of one of the most overrated players of all time?
Well, I was going off of the opinion that you had him top 5 offensive player. So if I was wrong in that, then I'm wrong in that. But that was what I was going.
Let's say just for the sake of the conversation, let's say I do have him top 5. Let's just say today my top 5 is MJ, Bron, Steph.
And that's also not just a take that I've heard just from you either.
Sure,
to be clear.
But so let's just say for the sake of the conversation, let's just say I have him top 5. At worst, I have him 8th, but for the sake of so we'll say Jokic, Bron, not Jokic. We'll say Bron, MJ, Steph, Nash, and then take your pick of Shaq or Kobe today. That'll be my top 5 for today.
Mm-hmm.
If the goal of basketball is to win games, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is a conversation strictly about offense. What did Steve Nash not do offensively? Or what did Steve Nash do offensively that hurt his team's chances of winning games? In a vacuum, I'm talking big picture. What did he do that hurt or lessened or minimized his team's chance? Okay, cool.
I mean,
how much
that
did
can be
Steve
said
Nash
about
do?
a multitude of players.
I agree. We're talking about the best offensive players ever. For the most part, they all do a lot of things that help their team win games offensively.
Mm-hmm.
What did Steve Nash do offensively that helped his team win games offensively? A whole lot, right?
Abundance of things, yes.
Okay. So if we're looking at a player who offensively didn't do a whole lot wrong that hurt his team, did a whole lot right that helped his team, and the results offensively, whether you want to say team relative offensive rating, whether you want to say his individual scoring and efficiency, wherever you want to look at it, his results offensively were always elite. Why can he not be at tier 1? Why can he not be table
1? His team offenses were elite. I think there were more reasons than just Steve Nash, though.
I agree. I think that's true for every player ever. There's always more than one reason.
But there's always a judgment as far as how are you going to let that affect your opinion of them?
Yeah, who is that? Why I'm asking.
Who is that? Who is that?
I don't know. I hear that too. Sounds like someone's
Go on mute, Jerry. Is that you?
Is it me?
I don't know.
No, it was me. I'm driving. I'm mute.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we can. I don't need to ask for a percentage of how much is Steve Nash worth to his offense. What I'm asking is, if generally speaking, scoring is more valuable than playmaking, sure. But we're not speaking generally. We're speaking about specific players. We're talking about Steve Nash here.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Steve Nash's playmaking, or if we want to minimize it to just individual categories, which I will, for one, think that's a flawed way to view offense or defense. But if we are going to do that, why isn't Steve Nash's playmaking enough mixed with the results for his team to put him at table 1? Why not?
I would still say that the lack of scoring, in my opinion, would keep him from some of the players that I have rated over him.
But the lack of scoring to me, and this is my biggest gripe with not just you, but general, like the lack of scoring to me. What was that? It sounded like drums. The lack of scoring to me is only so damaging insofar as you're actually seeing the effects of its negativity. Like if we're looking at a player like Jokic, for example, when he decides not to score, when they put smalls on him, and he's also not drawing multiple defenders, the lack of scoring aggression hurts him in that area because it's actively hurting the offense. When did Steve Nash's lack of scoring, alleged lack of scoring, hurt his team's offense? In a vacuum, once again, in a vacuum.
I would have to go back to a specific series and watch it. But all in all, I still think that, lack of scoring definitely hurt his team. And even to the Jokic point, the reason why I was saying this year about Nikola Jokic, that he was also on the best shooting team in the league. He had a multiple 40+% 3-point shooters on his team. So that's why when people would spam his PRA and assist numbers, I think that would be flawed. But I still do think that Jokic is one of, if not the best passer in the league. Some of these things, Mars, is not the conclusion It's the how you got there. If you want to come up here and talk about Steve Nash from a skill set perspective, I'm ears. What I do have a problem with is the relative offense perspective. I think that is that's flawed inherently if you're and it's ignoring the context in which he existed as an offensive player regularly throughout his career.
Which is
I just think
fine.
that is
Which is why
flawed,
I've
in
been
my
trying to
opinion.
focus on skill set, as you can tell in this conversation. I've been trying to focus on skill
Mhm.
set. In which you've eloquently said that he didn't have many offensive weaknesses, if any. The biggest one would be a mental thing in terms of tendency to score the ball. And this is why, like, I'm all for in theory. I speak in theory a lot. Like, in theory, this thing is more damaging in a different situation as opposed to like in this current situation. Cool. But if the goal, because we're talking strictly offensive, if the goal of
Mhm.
offense is to outscore the other team,
Mhm.
when did Steve Nash lack of scoring hurt his team's ability to put the ball in the basket? Like, the only, I guess, example in the playoffs, at least, the only example would maybe be 08 when they played against the Spurs. They struggled somewhat offensively in that series.
Mhm.
Outside of that, and like, yeah, you don't like relative offense, which is fine. But if we're speaking on the value or he's bleeding value because he's not willing to score the ball, at the end of the day, that makes relative offense relevant. Because if their offense is still fine, what value is he then bleeding? But based on this lack of scoring.
I'll phrase it like this. I'll put it like this.
Okay.
I think that, to me, in my opinion, SGA has more to do, and to me gets more credit for him leading that kind of unit to elite offenses than Steve Nash does in 05 and 06 and 07 on the Phoenix Suns. And the way
Alright.
that SGA does it, in my opinion, I think he deserves more credit than Steve Nash leading that kind of caliber of team and offensive skill set team to an elite offense.
Okay, I'll
In
address
my
that.
opinion.
Okay, I'll address that. But first of all, AK in the chat said it's not about hurting, it's about improving the offense. I have to read relative offense just to address that statement. Like, you see how that's relevant, right? Like, I'm not just using relative offense to use relative offense. If he's saying it's hurting the offense or it's about improving the offense, relative offense now becomes relevant to that statement. Steve Nash, series by series in Phoenix. Round one against Memphis, they won, obviously. They had a plus 20.5 relative offense with Steve Nash on the floor. I don't know how much more it can improve. Against Dallas, they had a plus 14 relative offense. I don't know how much more it can improve. Against San Antonio, they lost the series in 5 games. They had a plus 16.5 relative offense with Steve Nash on the floor in that series. I don't know how much more they can improve with scoring aggression. Sorry, I don't. In 06, against the Lakers, they had a plus 10.5 relative offense. Against the Clippers, they had a plus 14. Against Dallas, they had a plus 8. I don't know how much more that can improve the offense. I don't. In 07
And
against the
again,
Lakers, they had
to me, he's existing in a far better offensive
I'm
environment
speaking to.
than
I agree.
SGA.
I agree. I'm speaking to AK. This is not to you. I'll address
Oh.
your point after. In 07, they had a plus 7 relative against the Lakers and a plus 8.5 against the Spurs. They lost. In 08, they had a plus 3 against the Spurs. That was the one series I said we can point to. Maybe Steve Nash lack of scoring hurt them. I would still not fully agree, but that's fine. In 2010 against Portland, they had a plus 14.5 against Portland, a plus 12 against San Antonio, and a plus 16.5 against the Lakers. If anyone hasn't watched that series, it's an amazing series to watch. Just go watch it. So how much more can the offense improve to AK? I don't understand how scoring aggression is gonna change the fact that this is the best stretch of team offense ever. Scoring aggression does what? It moves it to the best ever by even more. Like, that doesn't make sense. It feels like we're speaking theoretically. But
LeBron James was the best player in the league in 09. He could still get better. Michael Jordan was the best player in the league in 89. He could still get better.
I agree. Yeah, I would argue that was probably the best he ever was, but neither here nor there. If the nit to pick is the best offense ever, statistically, still could have been better if he scored more. That's why he's not tier 1 offensively. At that point, I feel like we're grasping at straws. Like, and if I'm wrong for believing that's grasping at straws, then I'm wrong. So be it. Like, we are actively nitpicking the most successful team offense ever because the spearhead of it didn't do it through scoring. That doesn't make sense to me. and I am more of an impact over, like, I don't know how I would phrase it. However you get to the outcome, like if you drive elite offense by scoring, you drive elite offense by scoring. If you drive elite offense by playmaking, you drive elite offense by playmaking. If by some magical way you drive elite offense by offensive rebounding, you drive elite offense by offensive rebounding. I don't care how it gets done, as long as it gets done. Now, to your point about him having the best environment, I agree. And I think that's why he's not the best offensive player ever. The fact that Steve Nash had an extremely friendly offensive environment that was extremely slanted towards offense also definitely bolsters these numbers. It's undeniable. Anyone saying otherwise, I think, is lying. If you don't think Steve Nash's team offenses are bolstered by the fact that in Dallas, they decided to run Dirk at the 5 to have the best relative offense in 04, and the fact that they ran Amari at the 5 in Phoenix and put a bunch of shooting around him, I think you are lying. With that being said, having a friendly offensive environment isn't enough to explain the best offense ever. It's just not. The 2017 Warriors don't have relative offenses as good as Steve Nash was churning out year after year after year. Are we really going to say that the Suns were a better offensive environment just because they were early compared to the team that had Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, and their style of play was also early? Are we really like? Is that something we're?
But
really
would you say that those offenses were better than the 2017 Warriors, though?
No.
Like, damn, a relative offense. I'm saying better. Do you think that those Nash offenses were better than the 2017 Warriors?
No.
Okay.
But I don't think that's because of Steve Nash.
But I'm saying that's why I don't give a fuck about his relative offensive.
Yeah, but I don't think
I'm actually glad. I'm happy that you brought up 2017 Warriors, because this kind of like goes to my point. Okay. Because in 2016 they had didn't they have a better offense in 2016 than 2017?
I doubt it. In the playoffs or the regular season?
Regular season.
Let's see.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'd have to check.
I'll check. 2016 Warriors had a +8 offense in the regular season. 2017 Warriors had a +6.8 in the regular season.
Okay, so this is kind of
in the playoff.
Wait, so we could say KD got worse.
Wait. This is the crux of like my argument. Yeah. The point is that I think you would be a damn fool to sit here and say the Warriors were a better offensive unit in 2016 than they were in 2017. And some of that stuff in 2016 was because I think, because of the addition of Kevin Durant, that, they got away from some things that they usually do. As far as like, okay, we are going to let KD kind of get this mid-post ISO here and there. And so that can like slow up some things schematically for them to drop their offensive rating. But I don't know, man. I'm not saying more.
Well, their best playoff offenses were all with KD, to be fair.
Cool. So. But that's when it's valuable. That's when it's valuable. Yeah. But my point is, I'm more so an evaluator of talent than an evaluator of numbers. I do not. Here's the difference between.
But you've already said that Nash didn't lack any skills. So, like, what talent is he not?
But I'm saying you can lack skills and still be worse than some other players.
I agree, but if you're saying you're a evaluator of talent, but he has all the talent.
It's not a check mark thing. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying Michael Jordan is more talented than than Steve Nash. Steve Nash probably checks more boxes as far as offensive.
Yeah, but ability. I'm not making the checklist. I'm saying if you're evaluating of talent, and by your own admission, there was no offensive flaws in his skill set, and B, he also has S-tier skills, which is another thing you've already said in terms of his passing and his shooting. Mm-hmm. What talent is missing?
I still think there are more talented players.
I'm not
saying that
arguing.
he's
I'm
lacking a talent.
Okay,
I think
there's
there are
But
more
why are they
talented
more?
ones.
Why are they more talented?
Shaq is more talented than Nash.
Sure.
Michael Jordan is.
Sure.
LeBron is. Kobe
Sure.
Bryant is.
Sure.
Steph Curry is.
Sure. All names I've had over Nash offensively, by the way.
Larry Bird
Kevin Durant,
is.
Kevin Durant, Kevin Durant.
Why is Larry Bird? Why?
Kevin Durant.
I feel like you just said Larry Bird to say
Nah,
Larry Bird.
no way. This thing is snout at KD. You're nasty.
Hey, that's nasty, bro.
That's nasty.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like you just said Larry Bird to say Larry Bird. Why is Larry Bird more talented offensively than Steve Nash?
That's a good question.
Larry
Because
Bird.
his scoring got dampened even more than Steve Nash's did in the playoffs.
That is true. That is true.
But
That is
But the
true.
talent,
And he's not as good of a
I think he's
shooter as
more
Steve Nash was.
talented player.
And he's not as good of a
he's
passer
still
as
more,
Steve
he's
Nash
still
was.
more talent.
Mhm.
Why is he more talented? You can't just say, oh, because he is. Why? Offensively, why is he more talented?
It's probably because he's bigger.
He's not
He's
a better
bigger, he's
shooter
more
than Steve Nash,
versatile.
and nothing substantiates that.
He
So
can get-
why?
He can get his own. He can get.
How could he get his
score on
own more when Steve Nash was consistently one of the more efficient isolation scorers in the league, year after year?
He didn't
And,
do it.
and Larry Bird routinely struggled
that sample
against guys
size?
who matched
We'll
him in
drop
terms of
Larry
length.
Bird. We'll drop Larry Bird. We'll drop him.
Thank you.
We'll drop
Thank
him.
you. Okay,
We'll
thank
drop
you.
him,
Carry
man,
on.
'cause
We're at the
we'll-
five
we'll
names.
We'll carry
who I-
on. We'll carry on.
Yeah, we're at the
add
five
Kevin
names who
Durant.
I've already
We'll
agreed
add
with are
Kevin
also
Durant.
tier one offensive players.
Thank you.
Drop
But
Okay.
carry
Do
on.
we agree with KD?
Carry on.
We
Kevin
can have Kevin
Durant.
Durant, that's fine,
Yes.
that's fine.
Kevin
That's
Durant.
fine.
There we
Yes.
go. There we go. There we go.
Who else is in the league? Let me think.
You can say Shea.
Jerry
if you want.
West.
James
You
Harden.
said who?
You can say Shea if you want. Go ahead and say Shea. That's fine.
Shea. I do
James
believe
Harden.
that.
Even though we've seen Shea score and get dampened in the playoffs year after year. as well.
Absolutely.
T-Mac.
It does get dampened.
James
It
Harden?
Was
absolutely does.
Steve
But
Nash scoring dampened
look
in the
how
playoffs?
he's getting covered.
Was
though.
Steve Nash offensive impact dampened in the playoffs like Shea's has been routinely?
I don't know, but we also saw Shea's scoring gravity when his team made shots lead to a 126 offensive rating, even when Wemby was on the court. So that's what I'm saying. Shea's
Steve
impact
Nash
right now.
scoring
Shea's
Steve
impact
Nash
right now.
scoring gravity
Shea's
is amazing
impact
too, but he
right
just don't
now
score
is
enough
going
for
to
you.
be Shea's impact right now is going to be more so determined on the shot luck of his teammates than his scoring prowess with the coverages that he's seeing.
But when Steve Nash gets guarded as a threat to score and then creates layups for his teammates, I'm then being told he doesn't look to score enough.
You can't what is the creating the layups with Victor fucking Wembanyama at the basket?
Tim Duncan?
What?
Okay, so now all of a sudden we don't want to glaze Wemby right now. Cool.
No,
What I'm
no, we
saying
can
is,
say
when
Wemby's a
when
better rim
when
deterrent than
Steve
Duncan.
Nash is getting,
I'm not
when
arguing
Steve
that
Nash
Wemby's not
is
a better
getting
rim deterrent.
doubled.
I'm saying against the
when
best
Steve-
rim defense, the best rim defense in the league at the time that Steve Nash played against, he was still generating layups at will, and they had a plus 16 offense against that defense.
Would he be generating
what
these
more can he
layups
do?
against Victor Wembanyama?
He doesn't play. I don't care about who we play against if he doesn't play against them. Because you just told me about fucking Jerry West.
There it is. There it is.
You just told
I'm not
me
gonna
about
sit here and
Jerry
look at
fucking
Shea and be
West.
like, oh my God.
You just told me
You're
about
getting
Jerry
rim assists
West
right now.
You
What
just
are we
told
talking
me
about?
about Jerry West. You just brought up Jerry West,
He
and
was
now you're telling me what would Nash do against Wemby?
He's playing your GOAT.
He's
What are you talking
not
about?
yours. He's not yours.
You don't
He's
get to
not
say that.
yours.
You don't get
Cook.
to say that. You don't get to say that. He was playing.
We don't understand what's going on. I am arguing on your basis. If you are telling me that Steve Nash wouldn't do it against Wemby, which is fine, you know I do relative to error anyway, so I'm fine with Jerry West existing. I'm fine with that. You do not do relative to error, but yet you are the one telling me about Jerry West.
Yes,
Jerry West
because
didn't do-
I've seen
what
Jerry
can
West
Jerry
play,
West do
and I
against
think
Wemby?
he's better than Steve Nash.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
What can Jerry West do against Wemby? What is Jerry West doing at the rim against
Pull
Wemby?
up and shoot that thing.
So Steve Nash
Steve
just
Nash
wasn't
can
one of
do
the best
that.
mid-range shooters in the
He
league.
would do it more than Steve Nash.
But yet Steve
Yeah,
Nash is
Steve
still
would.
generating elite offense against any defense.
He puts ball
Nash
in
would
back.
avoid shooting.
So if Steve Nash can't generate rim attempts for his teammates against Wemby, which is fine, that's because there's going to be a 7'5" alien under the basket, right? That's the reason. So if that is the case, when Steve Nash runs pick and roll and Wemby is now deciding to take away the rim because there's Amari Stoudemire rolling, or because Steve Nash is amazing at finding guys under the rim, what situation has a team tried to take away the rim from Steve Nash and he hasn't killed it with shooting against drop coverage? Tell me the situation that hasn't happened.
I don't know the situation against Victor Wembanyama. I want to keep listing the players.
Carry on. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
But they did that in San Antonio with Tim Duncan.
Tracy McGrady.
Tim Duncan's not
talented.
Wemby, so it's fine. Like that's fine. It's cool. I'm
But
fine.
even if we're doing,
I'm fine with even acknowledging that even if that's the best rim defense in the league that Steve Nash could possibly play, it wasn't Wemby, which I'm perfectly
it's
fine
still one of the
admitting.
best defenders.
Cool.
ever.
The only reason, the only reason why Wemby got brought up is because we were talking about him in comparison to Shea right now. That's why Wemby got
And
brought
would you
up.
not argue a lot of Shea's scoring stuff is
don't know
getting taken away right now?
Wemby
Yeah,
got brought up
and I'm
because
arguing.
we were comparing him to Shea.
No,
Yes,
that's
and
We're
I'm
talking about
arguing.
Shea.
But we've also seen Shea against the Lakers struggle offensively in terms of his individual game. Even if the team impact stuff, which for Steve Nash is dampened because of the talent, the team impact stuff is amazing. But his overall game is being stifled because of coverages. The issue is, if you go back and watch Steve Nash play, particularly playoff games, teams guard him like he's a threat to score. It's not like Steve Nash is being guarded and being dared to score.
Who doesn't know that?
So what I'm saying is, if Steve Nash is being guarded like a threat to score, which means he has scoring gravity, whether he's scoring 15 or 28, he has scoring gravity. That means he is still able to put pressure on a defense like an elite scorer can anyway. So why does he need to score 28 points to replicate that impact if he gets guarded in that way anyway?
Quick question, and
Okay.
I don't know how to look.
Can you
these
answer my
numbers
question?
up. I don't.
after
Do you know how to? I know you do. So please help me out in this, even though
Okay.
we're debating right now.
I can help you.
But look,
Debate for me.
I do think it's funny how when you brought up Shea, it was specifically to knock his individual play, and then we're not still bringing up in your case the team impact. So I do want to ask.
I'm arguing on your playing field. That's what I've just said I was doing 5 minutes ago.
I know, but Mars, everything to me does deserve context. When I visibly watch that Shea is getting blitzed at half court, I do know that his scoring is probably going to go down.
Sure.
He's getting blitzed at half. It would be foolish of me to be like, oh yeah, he's still going to average 30 on 67 true shooting. He's getting blitzed at half routinely.
Sure.
I don't. So why would I be like, oh Shea, you need to average 30? That's not
because you said you're looking at through an
that's not
individual
fair
lens.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
You said you're looking at this through an individual lens. That's what you said. And the
right,
team
but
impacts.
then I still have to watch the game.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if Shea's scoring impact, which is the most valuable thing to you, put ball in hoop. If Shea's scoring impact is dampened to this degree because he's seeing double teams, at that point, how is a guy like Steve Nash, who was able to get his game off as a scorer or an offensive player through a multitude of coverages, whether he got doubled, whether it was switching, whether it was drop, whether it was blitzes, he got his offensive game off through a multitude of coverages. Why is Shea just more talented offensively? Because he can score at this high rate, but all it takes to dampen that scoring to an extreme degree is double teams.
Yeah, that does dampen the scoring, but does it damper the overall impact as well?
To me, no. But you have been arguing on the individual ends this whole time, because every time I bring up team impact for Steve Nash, all of a sudden is he didn't look to score enough or the offensive infrastructure around him. I'm fine acknowledging Shea's offensive impact while getting double team. I'm fine doing that because I think Shea's had a really good offensive postseason run, especially the Phoenix series, especially the Lakers series. This is the first series in which I think has been called into question, particularly because of game 1 and game 4, despite game 2 and 3, in my own words, being considered masterclasses by me, because I look at it through not only the skill set, but the team impact. But you have been telling me it's through the individual lens, and through the individual lens, Shea has been getting dampened in the playoffs for a multitude
How is
of
Shea
years
being
now,
blitzed at
versus
half,
Nash
not
isn't.
individual impact?
But to you, it hasn't been. But to you, it's not been
at half court. That's individual impact.
Was he getting blitzed at half court?
That's his scoring. That's that is in fact his scoring impact. He's
I
getting
think- look,
blitzed at
I'm-
half,
as-
so he
as
doesn't
is-
score.
As is the coverages that Steve Nash received, even if they aren't blitzing out half court. But what I'm saying is, if we are looking at
So
it,
how is he not having individual impact?
I'm not saying he's once again. We're
But
not about
I'm
to
saying,
do.
well, okay,
we're,
let me
we're not
phrase
about
the
to do the
question
thing
different
where
way. Let
I
me
say
let
it's
me
not
phrase
as
the
much as
question
Steve
different way.
Nash.
Let me
Okay,
phrase the
carry
question
on.
different way. How
I'm not saying
is
it's not his
him-
scoring, Marcus. I'm not saying
How
that.
is
Carry on.
him getting blitzed at? How is him getting blitzed at half dampering the individual impact argument that I'm making? He's still having tremendous individual impact because he's getting
absolutely.
blitzed at half.
I agree. What I'm
That's
saying
individual
is,
impact.
yeah. It's been about individual skill more than impact. But even individual skill, his scoring skill is forcing the coverages. I agree.
Correct.
I agree. That's the same argument I make for Steve Nash, despite only scoring 18 points per game. His scoring impact forces the coverages. And I know you don't like the Dallas series in 05, but the only reason I bring it up as much as I do, I can't speak for other Steve Nash people. The only reason I bring it up as much as I do is because that is the one series in his career in which a team guarded him as if he wasn't a threat to score. That's why I bring it up. It was the one series in which they were fine conceding switches and trying to quote unquote take away his playmaking. It was the one time a team did that, and he torched that defense for a reason. So you know what every other team that played Steve Nash in that run did? Guarded him like a threat to score, because they saw that when you didn't, he was a threat to score. It's the same thing with Shea. If you don't guard Shea like a threat to score, he's going to give you 30, apart from against the Spurs apparently, but we'll see what game 5 looks like. But if you guard Shea like a threat to score, you now force others to make decisions. He has to find guys in the pocket, all of that stuff, which is still amazing individual impact. But the one time that happened to Steve Nash, all of a sudden that's one series sample. But tell me another singular series in Steve Nash's career where a team guarded him like
I
Dallas
don't have a
did
Nash
and didn't treat him.
Rolodex in my mind, Mars. I don't have a Nash Rolodex. I don't keep up
Okay,
with Steve
spoiler
Nash
alert,
as
there's
you
not
do.
another singular series.
There's no
in which-
series. There's absolutely no series
Steve-
or
in
regular
Steve
season
Nash
game
tenure,
or anything where he's
There's
getting
regular
played
there's
to score
regular
the ball.
season games where teams guarded Nash to score, and I guarantee you 8 times out of 10 he did. Now everyone has bad games. Everyone has bad games. Shea has bad games when he gets guarded to score. At the end of the day, that's luck of the draw, shot making, all of that stuff. But in the playoffs from 2005 to 2010, there is no lengthy series, no sample of games where a team guarded Steve Nash like 2005 Dallas Mavericks did for the last 3 games of that series, by the way, because the first 4 games of that series, they guarded him straight up and that offense was frying. So what they did was they switched it up. There's no team that has guarded Steve Nash in his son's tenure like that because they saw the consequences when you did. It's really that simple. He had scoring gravity regardless of if he averaged 25 or 15, because he had already shown that if you didn't guard him like a scoring threat, he was going to fry you. Same thing with Shea right now. Shea has fried one-on-one coverage for so many years that teams aren't even willing to let him go one-on-one anymore. That's what happens with Steve Nash. Teams didn't let Steve Nash go one-on-one routinely.
To a far lesser degree.
Yes, he's not Shea as a scorer. I'm not arguing that. Don't miss the point. I'm not arguing he's Shea as a scorer. I'm not arguing he's James Harden as a scorer. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying his individual skill set as a scorer had shown to be potent enough that teams would choose not to guard him to force him to score. So his individual impact in terms of when he's driving in the paint and he's quote unquote Nash dribbling to create a layup for someone. The reason that works is because bigs have to follow him out the lane because he's a threat to make that pull-up jumper. The reason that works is because he's drawing to allow the lay down pass for Amari Stoudemire. When he comes off a pick and roll and the big has to step up, it's because he's already shown he's a threat to make the pull-up jumper, which is why he can find Amari Stoudemire in the pocket, or why he can find skip passes to the corner. This is all his scoring gravity. So whether he's averaging 21 or 14 points per game, his scoring gravity creates offense for his teammates. So why does he need to score more points or be more aggressive as a scorer when he's already A, shown that he can do it, and B, being guarded in a way that is meant to give up these playmaking opportunities in which he finds at a rate that no one damn near ever has, and it's leading to elite offense regardless of personnel. If we want to use Amari Stoudemire, cool. We got the 06 season to look at and say there was no Amari, and they still had the best playoff offense, and they were a top 3 offense in the regular season. And with Steve Nash on the court, it was still a historic offense. We have that year without his rim rolling big because he had Boris Diaw there, who's an amazing offensive player. I'm not saying they didn't have amazing offensive talent. They absolutely did. Like I said, they were an offensively slanted team. Do I think Steve Nash, unto himself, is a top 10 offense ever just because he exists on the court? No, I don't think there's really any player ever who can just walk on a court with a bunch of scrubs offensively and just lead to top 10 offense ever. I don't think that exists for anyone. Steph Curry hasn't shown to be able to lead to top 10 offense ever, regardless of personnel. Magic Johnson, we know his offensive infrastructure around him. That's something you said also. Michael Jordan hasn't shown to be able to lead to top 10 offense ever, regardless of the infrastructure. When it was 87 and 88, before Scottie Pippen's ascension, before the triangles implementation, they weren't top 10 offense ever. You know why? Because one person can't do it alone. I'm not arguing that. What I am arguing is the way Steve Nash played offense, what he generated for his team, undeniably was going to lead to elite offense in any competent situation, no matter where he went, because of his skill set. This argument for me has been about his skill set. The fact that he's, to me, is one of the best shooters ever. The fact that even to you, he's one of the best passers ever. The fact that his handle is elite. The fact that he never picked up his dribble in traffic. How many times have we complained about Kevin Durant when he sees multiple defenders having to pick up his dribble? Yes, he's 7 feet. I'm not using that to say Nash is better than Kevin Durant. Obviously, he's 6'2". But what I am saying is the value of keeping your dribble alive is something that Steve Nash does just as good as anyone. The fact that he can find passes through tight windows at the rate he does is something that, regardless of personnel, if you're creating layups, that's going to be valuable because NBA players make layups. Like, it's really that simple. A shot like the 3 that Shai's been creating at will in the playoffs has variance inherently into it, and you know that. So when Shai is creating wide open 3s because he's getting blitzed at half court, that's not as valuable as what Steve Nash is doing, creating layups for his teammates, because every NBA player can make a layup. Not every NBA player can make 3s. So Steve Nash,
the shot being created is more so dictated by the defense, though, than anything lacking in Shai's game.
Do you think teams weren't actively trying to take away layups from the Suns?
I'm not. That's not what I said.
I'm asking.
No, but I'm saying it. You keep going back to the Shai thing, and so I'm responding to the Shai thing. A player getting blitzed at half court, getting trapped, and so you have to get rid of the ball. That is not an indictment of Shai's lack of being able to create layups. That's what I'm saying. That's probably is going to lead to a kick out 3. If you get trapped at half court, you hit the person in the pocket, somebody from the 3-point line is going to rotate over to stop the person in the pocket from getting all the way to the rim, thus creating a 3. That's not then a lack of Shai being able to create a rim attempt. That's the defense dictating that if we are going to give up something, it's going to be a 3. Defenses have gotten more and more intelligent as the game has gone on, and you know this.
I do. I agree. Defense have got more intelligent. Spacing has also gotten better.
Also, it's again harder to create layups when you're playing Victor Wembanyama, who's also roaming off a non-shooter.
Yeah, but Shai's interior passing has been, in my opinion, a flaw of his long before a Wemby series in 2026. His interior passing has been a flaw going back years at this point. This is probably the best he's been as an interior passer. And it's not just about this Spurs series, because he played against the Lakers last series and he still isn't close to generating the amount of rim attempts as Steve Nash does. He's just not close because no one is close. Steve Nash led the league in rim assists every year he was in Phoenix.
You're not going to create rim assists if you're getting blitzed at half. Steve Nash wouldn't. Chris Paul wouldn't.
That's not true, because getting blitzed at half is because you are bringing the ball up the court, allowing the blitz to come. If Steve Nash throws a hit-ahead pass, where is the blitz coming from? And then he can come back to the ball, and now you're already in the half court. You blitz him in the half court. Yes, you can generate a fucking layup when you get blitzed in the half court. The fact that you're walking the ball up and you don't throw hit-ahead, you don't value hit-ahead passes for whatever reason. But
I do.
The fact that you're not to the degree that I do and other people do. That's what I'm saying. You don't value them to the same degree I do. If you see a blitz coming at half court and you then throw a hit-ahead pass, you have now given your whole team a 4-on-3 against the two defenders who are in the backcourt.
And Mars, even in 4-on-3s.
I'm not saying layups are not going to be
to
generated in that
dictate that you get an open three besides a layup.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. See, if you let me finish, that wasn't my argument. My argument wasn't about to be, oh, look, they're going to generate a layup like that. What I'm saying is, with Steve Nash, when you try to put two on the ball, he gets off the ball so fast in comparison to a guy like Shea, in comparison to a guy like James Harden. James Harden is even worse at this. I think you would probably agree. When it comes to a guy like Steve Nash, if you put two on the ball moves so quick that he's either able to get back to the ball, and now you're playing 5-on-3, or you're able to play with such a clear numbers advantage where defenses are scrambling. And also, he did play in a different time where threes weren't as prevalent. So yes, they were more willing to attack the rim off of those things in terms of Sean Marion backdoor cuts, all of that stuff. Steve Nash's inherent play style was going to lead to more rim attempts anyway. And most of Steve Nash's rim assists came from him touching the paint and then probing and then lay down passes. Or Amari Stoudemire as a roller was just so dynamic that he also just generated rim assists off basic pick and rolls. We don't need to lie and act like it was always magic from Steve Nash. It wasn't. There was also basic pick and rolls, pocket passes. Amari Stoudemire is a better athlete than Chet.
How many rim assists? Because you and well, not you, 0-7
How many rim
wants to glaze Holly. How many rim assists was Holly generating against the Thunder?
Holly doesn't generate rim assists at the same clip as anyone. Like
okay, so 0-7, shut the fuck up.
But the biggest reason for that, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, is because he plays with a pick and pop big in Miles Turner. And I don't know how Holly would look without a pick and pop big. And my biggest reason for that, and that's why I understand the Nash comparisons, he's not close to the level of self-created scorer as Steve Nash was, and you would agree with that. So like he needs more spacing in terms of the pick and pop big to maximize his scoring. But even his rim assists in the 25 playoffs, it was 5 per 100, which is cool. It's decent. In 24 no, that's regular season, sorry. In the 25 playoffs, it was 4 per 100, and in the 24 playoffs, it was 5. So not elite numbers by any means. If you look at a guy like Steve Nash, year after year after year, you're looking at 05, nearly 8, 06, we're looking at 5, 07, 8.5, 08, 8.5, 09, these are regular season numbers again, my fault. Sorry. 05, we're looking at 6.5, 06, 6.5, 07, 9, 08, 5.5, 2010, 6. We're looking at 6 rim assists per 100 possessions. If you're able to generate that many shots at the rim for your teammates, you're inherently going to be less reliant on variance. That's just that's common sense. It's the same reason why rim scorers are going to be less reliant on variance than three-point shooters. Correct. So when Steve Nash is able to generate the most valuable shot in the league at a clip higher than everyone in the league, while being at worst, the second best shooter in the league, because Ray Allen exists. So we'll say at worst, the second best shooter in the league. Dirk, Dirk. At worst, a top 5 shooter. We'll just say at worst, a top 5 shooter in the league, while being able to generate the most efficient shots on the court at the highest rate in the league, while being guarded as a quite obvious threat to score. What is he not like? What offensive impact is he leaving on the table? What offensive skill set? What individual, whatever measure you want, individual impact, individual skill set, team impact, which one is he not checking the box off to a tier 1 level? And explain to me why he's not checking it off at a tier 1 level. Which one of those boxes?
And again, you've now again going back to some kind of checklist argument. I'm saying which box is he not checked to be tier 1? That's what I'm asking. You keep interpreting this as I don't think Nash is an elite offensive player.
No, I'm asking tier 1. I said tier 1. That's why I asked. I asked tier 1. Okay. My question was literally what of the things that you've outlined, you said we've got team impact, but that needs to be contextualized. I'm fine with agreeing to that. We've got individual skill set. We've got individual impact. Those are the 3 things that we have all brought up in this conversation. And this is not a checklist argument. I'm asking you, in order to not be a tier 1 offensive player ever, which box does he not check at a tier 1 level? Is it the individual impact? Is it the individual skill set? Or is it the team impact? Which one of those does he, or more, maybe it's all 3, which one or more does he not check at a tier 1 level to be a tier 1 offensive player? If the answer is none, why is he not tier 1? If the answer is one of them, why is he not tier 1 in that category? That's just not what I asked you.
Okay, so if you ask me, what would he not be tier 1 in or whatever? I'm answering the question.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
I was actually reading the chat. What did you say?
Okay. I said we discussed team impact, individual skill set, and individual impact. Those are the three things we've spoken about, right?
Okay.
Which one of those boxes does Steve Nash not check at a tier 1 level? Is it team impact, individual skill set, or individual impact? Or maybe all three. If the answer is none, why is he not a tier 1 offensive player? If the answer is one of them or more, which one does he not check at a tier 1 level? And why? Is it individual impact, individual skill
Oh,
set?
well,
or
then
team?
my answer to that would still remain the same. My answer
So
to
it's
that would still
individual skill
remain the
set.
same. He's not a
His
tier 1
individual skill
scorer.
set is not. So his individual skill set is not.
And
tier
so
1.
to me, that is holding him out of certain conversations. Number one, I definitely disagree with this.
I never
with
gave
this
Nash all the credit
notion
for the
that-
Sun
hold
system.
on, hold on.
People
I
don't listen to me.
disagree. You've said a lot. You've talked a lot. Let me respond to some things.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat.
I
Sorry.
disagree with this notion that, Steve Nash was only not an aggressive scorer due to the coverages that he sees, when better scorers are seeing the same coverages and still scoring at an elite clip. LeBron James was seeing coverages to prevent him from scoring all the time. He still scored at an elite clip while still maintaining elite playmaking. It's not like you have to choose between the two. LeBron James was able to still be a very efficient volume scorer while also being one of the best passers and playmakers of all time. Michael Jordan also saw a lot of
ridiculous
coverages to prevent him from scoring. He was still a very elite scorer. Kobe Bryant. A lot of these elite offensive players see coverages to prevent them from scoring.
You're not
They
talking.
still
You're talking
score
generally,
at an
right,
elite
Mr.
rate.
Parker? You're talking generally. I never argued that Nash didn't score more because of the coverages. You know that. You're speaking generally, right?
Well, you insinuated that, the reason it was an insinuation that, the reason why he wasn't scoring more is because, he was seeing these coverages that dictated him not scoring more. Thus, you mentioning the Mavs series in which, they didn't treat him like.
No, I'm arguing he didn't. I'm arguing he didn't. I'm arguing he didn't need to score more. I'm arguing he didn't need to score more because he was wired to be a pass fast player. Obviously, sky blue, grass green. He could have probably scored more. That's Steve Nash's own admission. Steve Nash has said he could have been more aggressive as a scorer. That's not anyone else. That's his words. My argument wasn't that Steve Nash didn't score more because the coverages dictated it. My argument was the coverages that he saw led to him being able to create more offense for his teammates. And that still led to the offense being at an elite level. So my disagreement with you, and this has been a disagreement we've always had, is solely about if we're getting to the destination of our offense is elite, why does it matter if you're doing it through scoring and I'm doing it through creating for others? We're still getting to the same destination.
I think real talk, you just feel like because of the passing and playmaking is more dependent on other people being able to just make the open shots rather than if the person is like generating elite offense through their scoring, it's more dependent on them.
Yes, especially when I understand the lineups in which he existed, and that's why I keep going back to the environment in which he played. Steve Nash didn't have to score 30 a game on that team when you can draw two and then kick to an elite shooter. When you can draw two and have an elite vertical spacer.
30 a game?
You said what?
Is there any team in which he'd have to score, let's not say 30, 25 a game? Is there any team in which he'd have to do that?
Yeah, I feel like Kobe Bryant needed to score for his team. Michael Jordan needed to score for his team. LeBron, in my opinion, needed to score for his teams. That was a requirement. It wasn't a luxury. It feels like Steve Nash scoring feels like a luxury item to his teams, whereas these players that I'm bringing up, it was a necessity. There was no, I'm going to kick it out to Derek Fisher 5 times for him to go 1 for 5. I'm kicking out to Rick Fox. Let me see if Ron Artest is going to hit a goddamn 3 tonight. It wasn't the icing on the cake. Look, Kobe got 30 tonight. No, they needed him to produce the volume scoring.
They also
These players, it's not.
But I understand
It's
what you're
not like
saying.
the same
But
thing
if-
with that. That's why. Hold on. That's why
Go ahead.
the same thing with like a Halliburton. They had to get they had to go get a person who could consistently score in isolation because Halliburton could not do such. They
I
had
agree,
to go
but
find that
Steve
player.
Nash could score in isolation. That's the difference between him. That's the difference between him and
I
Halliburton.
know that.
So
And we
once
all
again,
know
apples
his
to
best
oranges.
skill-
I don't know.
his
That's apples
best-
to oranges. But if Kobe Bryant, we don't need to use Kobe. If Shea was on the Suns teams in 05-06, you, in my opinion, you would be saying that team needed Shea to score 30. In my opinion, the reason I would say you would be saying that is because so many of those guys on that roster were dependent scorers. They were guys who were dependent on creation to score. Amari could score, but he was much less effective as opposed to when he was created for. So he would be another person you could go to for sure if Steve Nash doesn't exist. A Sean Marion was a more create for him scorer as opposed to a go get it scorer. So if Shea was on that team, he would be out there scoring 30, and we would then be looking at that team. They would still be good. I'm not saying they wouldn't be great without Steve Nash. They would still be amazing. And we would then look at that team and that roster construction and say they needed Shea to score 30. The
Okay,
reason
so
we
then
say
put
that Steve Nash didn't
put
is
Nash
because he
on
created.
OKC
Wait.
then.
Can you?
In my opinion,
and then
ahead.
also, so because we've also gotten to a point where like we've accepted and acknowledged that creating these threes, what you call for bad shooters still isn't playmaking. So if Nash is on OKC creating open threes for Dort, you say what? If Nash is out there creating open threes for regular Alex Caruso, not this nigga that we did, but regular Alex Caruso, you say what? I can do the same thing if you flip the teams.
Yeah, and that's my point.
SJ's on a team full of bad shooters for the most part.
I
don't like OKC shooting. You got it.
But if, in my opinion, if Steve Nash was on OKC, he wouldn't need to score 30. Now, based on just modern game logic anyway, I think he would be averaging like 20 anyway. Just off, he'd score more because he would just be in today's game. But like in terms of the actual volume, Steve Nash, in terms of the way in which he plays offense, his playmaking isn't dependent on is my shooter making shots. And I think that's where to me, I think the disconnect between you and I is, and this is not a knock to LeBron before anyone gets it misconstrued. LeBron's playmaking, because he was a downhill driver, drive and kick, it was more predicated on are my shooters knocking down shots. Shea, are my shooters knocking down shots. Luka, I have my rim running big, and are my shooters knocking down shots. That wasn't Steve Nash. That wasn't Jason Kidd. Those two we're going to generate shots at the rim for our teammates regardless. So I think if you put Steve Nash on OKC, he's generating shots at the rim for Hartenstein, a Chet. Guys are going to be more willing cutters because of his interior passing presence. Now, is it modern game? Is his team going to shoot threes? Absolutely. I'm not saying they're not going to shoot threes. We're in today's game. There's going to be 43 shot by pretty much every team anyway. But in terms of is his playmaking going to be dependent on bad shooters? No. In my opinion, if there's a playmaker whose playmaking is dependent on his shooters making shots, that's not as valuable as a playmaker who isn't, in my opinion. That's why Steph's playmaking is so valuable to me, because he generates layups. That's why Magic Johnson's playmaking was so valuable to me, because he generates layups. That's why Steve Nash playmaking is so valuable to me, because he generates layups. That's why Jokic's regular season, at least, playmaking is so valuable to me, because he generates layups. Those are shots that are not reliant on variance. Like, they're just inherently not.
Let's stick with the Steph Curry example. The Steph Curry generating layups, which he definitely did. I'm not saying that he did it, but a lot of that also was because the Warriors had mastered the sequencing after he got doubled. Yes. And this is where like a Draymond Green does get.
Yeah, he was optimized. He was.
Yeah, he was getting credit for his playmaking.
Why are you putting air?
You double Steph. You hit Draymond in the pocket, and you probably have a shooter on one side, and then a Jonathan Kuminga working the baseline, or Andre Iguodala from time to time working the baseline for the lob, etc., etc. So even that, the Steph Curry example, still kind of needs extra pieces to kind of finish that puzzle. So if SGA in OKC, but again, I also just feel like this is defense is getting better as well. But like if SGA and his team had mastered that sequencing after Shea gets doubled, then I do think we could look at Shea drawing the two from half court differently. We could look at that differently.
Yeah, but you could also
getting
say
a check in the pocket, or to be honest, against the Lakers.
But even
this is what was happening. Shea got doubled, right? Shea would get doubled. You hit whatever player in the pocket, and then guess what? That's when Chet had a great series working the baseline.
Backdoor cuts, yeah. They tried to do that against. They've tried to do that against San Antonio.
But even
we've seen Caruso throw lobs, like that stuff exists. But I don't think you think Steve Nash will be getting blitzed at half court. First of all, but second, and this is where there's two big disconnects between me and you. It's like the actual value of like playmaking and the shots that are being created. B, like the outcomes in terms of just driving elite offense, regardless of whether it's through scoring, playmaking, blends of both, whatever. The other one, like the fact that Steve Nash was so, and especially on OKC, who get the most stops in the league, the fact that Steve Nash was so persistent in pushing after every possession, that's inherently going to maximize lackluster offensive players. Like whether we like it or not, whether we think it's as valuable or not, if you play with lackluster offensive talent, the more you can juice your transition numbers, that's going to make your offense look better, and B, the players look better. That's just common sense.
I agree with that. I've been saying
if Steve Nash is doing,
I've been saying this about the Knicks in this postseason run.
So if Steve Nash is doing that in OKC too, because I would argue, outside of maybe Magic, no one pushed it like Steve Nash did. So if we put Steve Nash on the best defensive team in the league, now I would argue he would hurt that defense a lot. But if we put Steve Nash on an elite defense who get more stops, more turnovers, more steals than damn near every team, and we'll have by far the best player in the current league at pushing pace, he doesn't need to score 30 to then still bring that team to elite offensive heights off his shot making value, his ability to generate rim attempts for his team, and then juicing transition. That alone is still going to be enough to drive that team to elite offensive heights without scoring 30. So my point is, Steve Nash doesn't need to have high volume scoring outputs to drive elite offense based on his skill set and what that does for the people around him, in my opinion. I guess that's where we disagree, because you think he needs to score more, and I'm arguing that he doesn't. But I still don't understand how any of this makes him overrated.
We've also had this conversation before, and I've said this to you before, that I feel like some of these things, and this is probably where we are going to disagree. Things like pace, advanced passing, stuff like that can be coached. That's why I don't particularly attribute that to a specific player per se. The Knicks right now are operating at a different level than what they did with Tom Thibodeau. They're doing what we're talking about a lot more right now, advancing the ball, playing with pace, playing in transition through a coaching change.
Sure. Yeah, to an extent, I agree.
Jalen Brunson is. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't.
Yeah, we agree on that.
I don't necessarily. I'm not going to hold players to like that's kind of my problem with like Magic. It's not just Nash. It's like,
can y'all hear me?
If I can coach some of these tendencies, then just give me who I think is the better player.
But you can coach it to an extent. Like that's
I do agree. You can't
coach it to Nash level. You can't coach it to Jason Kidd level, because Jason Kidd was another master of pushing pace, in part because like his half court game was extremely limited. So the fact that he was able to juice transition to the degree in which he did was able to make those Nets offenses less bad. Tyrese Halliburton is another person who I view as a limited half-court creator, but he's so good at pushing pace.
Hey, not too much.
In my opinion, he's so good at pushing pace that he's still able to manufacture elite offense. Magic Johnson, we both agree in terms of his half-court game, there's limitations there, but he was so good at it that he's still able to generate the elite. I don't think it's coincidental, in my opinion. The best players, in my opinion, when it comes to, I'm talking about point guards, at pushing the boundary and pushing the pace routinely, are Steve Nash, Magic, Halliburton, and probably Steph. Those would probably be the four. Jason Kidd would be in there too. But I'm going to focus on those four because it helps my argument even more. I don't think it's coincidental that all four of them routinely drive elite postseason offense. Because we all like to say the playoffs, the game slows down,
but it doesn't have
it's more of a half-court game. So if you're able to manufacture transition possessions off a make or a miss routinely, you are inherently providing your team with a better offensive floor. And that's what those guys did. Now, do I think it can be coached to an extent? Yes. But do I also think there are players?
And when I say coached, I'm not necessarily saying that about one particular player. I'm saying I can coach that as a team concept, is what I'm saying. I can
emphasize
coach,
it for sure.
I can emphasize that, hey, we're looking to push regularly. We're looking to advance the ball regularly. Despite whoever is throwing,
you can get it done by committee, is your argument.
We can get it done by committee.
You can get it done by committee, whereas Kobe's shot making can't be done by committee. Like I'm
correct.
I'm understanding you. I'm seeing what you're saying. And what I'm arguing is, even if I agree with that, so let's say for the sake of argument, I do. When you can outsource something that can be done by a group to one person,
that's value.
That becomes inherently more valuable because now the other players can be focused on other things. So when you have a guy like, we'll use Steve Nash. When you have a guy like Steve Nash who can be a one-man fast break in the sense of he's pushing it every time, not in the sense of he's going coast to coast every time. But the fact that he can do that for you, you now have guys who can be more focused on other things, whether that's filling the lanes, whether that's spot-up shooting, cutting, like whatever it is, that can be their bread and butter, as opposed to if it's done by committee, it's just not this. A, it's not the same because Steve Nash is different. But B, you're now outsourcing it to lesser players. Like you're saying, okay, none of you guys can do it like Steve Nash can, but all of you can do it pretty well. That's not the same level of value. No one can make shots like Kobe, and none of them can. You can't even outsource it to someone. At the end of the day, your offense is going to suck if you ask someone to go be Kobe. I'm not like, that's understandable. But in a team sport, when you have someone who can routinely drive elite offense, and I'm not just talking just relative offensive rating, I'm saying his skill set, Steve Nash blend of passing, pace pushing, and shooting is so valuable in 5-on-5 basketball in any era. In the 60s, that's valuable. In the set, you know it's valuable in the 60s through 80s because it's the fastest paced game ever.
Correct.
So don't even need to explain it. And obviously it was valuable in the 2000s for the same for even a bigger reason, because the league was so slow. They were going the complete other way. It became even more valuable, and that's why their offenses are so transcendent. So when you have a player who is that blend of playmaking, passing, shooting, and then pace pushing, I don't understand how, even if that guy's not a tier 1 offensive player, how someone saying he is therefore him being one of the most overrated players ever. Like, that's where we're not going to agree on how good Steve Nash is. I've accepted that. You're not going to think he's a tier 1 offensive player. I'm going to think he is. You're not going to think whatever else about him. I'm going to think whatever else about him. I don't understand how, based on everything I've said, based on the things you know I value, all of those things, how someone saying Nash is a tier 1 offensive player is enough to justify him being one of the most overrated players ever. When, once again, I'm in the minority. You know I'm in the minority. And B, this seems extremely logical, in my opinion. Maybe it's because I'm saying I think it's logical. But I think even you would agree what I'm saying isn't illogical. You just don't value things the same way I do.
Again, the way I've been hearing Nash talked about here for recent years, and again, it's because nobody outside anymore is talking about Steve Nash because he's not a relevant enough player, in all honesty, for people at the barbershop to be talking about fucking Steve Nash. So, like, so for what I've been hearing now for the past 2-3 years is a lot of Nash propaganda. And so now, again, that's why I said what I am reacting to or calling him overrated is what I've been witnessing now for some time. And it's not just you. It's other creators, it's basketball Twitter as a whole.
You think basketball Twitter overrate Nash?
Nah.
From what I've seen,
you have a different timeline.
From what I see, yes. So that is more so what I'm responding to. And I also do think
I don't even think Steve Nash gets talked about on Twitter.
Top 5 offensive player. I think that's overrated, in my opinion.
Hey,
like,
Mars.
I think Jokic is a better offensive player than
I'm
Nash.
fine with thinking he's overrated if you're basing it off what people like myself, and I'm sure there's probably people worse than me.
Yes.
I genuinely don't think what I say about Steve Nash is crazy, and I think I justify it quite well. But if you're saying there's people who put Nash in best offensive player ever talks, top 5 offensive player ever, cool, and therefore he's overrated, I'm fine with that being the sentiment. Most overrated, one of the most overrated ever. When let me bring this up. When we did the top 10 point guards of all time list, you and me,
I mean, brother, this title was created 10 minutes after a Steve Nash argument in which I vehemently disagreed with damn near everything being said. So
me and you both had Isaiah Thomas as non-top 10 point guards ever.
And we have 360 people here live. So the title worked.
Pulling up.
The title worked.
Yeah, it's because I pulled up, but it's cool. When we I'm joking.
I was here when it was at 300.
When we did our top 10 point guards, me and you both had Isaiah Thomas not in the top 10. I'm not saying we were right. I'm not saying we were wrong. He is universally regarded as the 3rd best point guard ever.
That is correct.
Who is more overrated in your opinion, Steve Nash or Isaiah Thomas?
Isaiah Thomas.
Okay. When we did this, you had John Stockton at 9. I had John Stockton at 8. John Stockton is another person universally considered to be better than Steve Nash. We both have him below Steve Nash. Who's more overrated, John Stockton or Steve Nash? Yes, you had John Stockton.
I want to change that.
You have John Stockton. Just want to clarify. You would have John Stockton above Steve Nash. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking. You would have him above
John Stockton above Steve.
What I have Steve? Where did I have John Stockton at?
You had John Stockton at 9 and Nash at 7. Westbrook was in between.
I'm finna move Westbrook over there, nigga, too.
That's fine.
You think John Stockton is better than Steve Nash? Do you?
No.
Okay, but anyway, John Stockton is another point guard who's universally considered to be better than Steve Nash and is universally considered to be a top 5 point guard ever. Who, in your opinion, is more overrated, John Stockton or Steve Nash?
Stockton.
From general public.
Yes.
Stockton. From what I hear regularly, Nash, it is not even close. Because niggas now act like John Stockton was trash. From what I hear now,
I mean,
regularly.
I think you just converse with Low a bit too much because Ron thinks Stockton's the 3rd best point guard ever. You know how Chill thinks about him, and you know how Ox thinks about him. So, and I don't even talk about John Stockton anymore. So, really, are you only talking about Low and maybe KB?
Man, the general public on
every
time, but this is including myself. Every time that John Stockton is even brought up, it is in a negative light. That's just a fact. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. Here's how it usually happens, Mars, and you know I'm right. We're talking about something. Chill gets to talking about a lead guard. Chill talking about a lead guard. Then Lisa Chill talking about John Stockton. And then everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Oh, this nigga bringing up Stockton.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Stockton.
Because
It happens every time.
But
The
that's
last time it
that's
happened,
also
Ron
what
had
used
to-
to happen when I would bring up Steve Nash on the panel, because as you know, everyone on the panel disagrees with me about Steve Nash. Ox disagrees with me. You disagree with me. Ron disagrees with me. Penn disagrees with me. Like, Chill still disagrees with me about Steve Nash. He's just gone higher on him. And I'm on to Chill. Every player I like, he tends to get higher on. I'm on to you, Chill. But that's fine. But everyone on the panel disagrees with me about Steve Nash. And not only do they disagree with me, they are vehemently on the other side of me when it comes to Steve Nash. Jordan has said Steve Nash is worse than Rajon Rondo. Ox has said Steve Nash is worse than Rajon Rondo. Ron has said Steve Nash is worse than Tyrese Halliburton. They have Penn has hated on Steve Nash to a degree that I can't even explain. Like, all of them hate on Steve Nash.
Hater?
It's a
Penn
basketball
had
player
Steve Nash
thing,
at number
Mark.
10 on the point guard list. That's where he had him. He had number 10.
Like,
And he dislikes Steve Nash. So if I'm on a panel where everyone not only disagrees with me about Steve Nash, but is on the complete other side of the spectrum to me on Steve Nash, the general public is also closer to the other side of the spectrum than where I'm at on Steve Nash. You've already acknowledged I'm in the minority when it comes to Steve Nash, and people like me or who even worse than me are in the minority when it comes to Steve Nash.
Y'all are loud as hell.
When is the last time I spoke about Steve Nash, Roto?
You keep saying you.
Yeah, because
I
you know,
said y'all.
yeah, I want to make it abundant. The reason I'm saying me is for two reasons. I'm saying me because A, I'm up here, and B, I was watching the first hour. Well, I missed like the first 20 minutes worth. I was watching a lot of this, and you know how many times I heard my name
you a
brought up?
lot. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring
but not in the context of X and whatnot. I'm saying in the community in which we frequent regularly, I do think you've had an impact on the Nash talk.
But once again, like I think you understate how many people disagree with me who watch Players' Choice about Steve Nash. If you look at our Steve Nash segments, our Steve Nash shorts, whatever that PC have posted, it's over whenever it's me saying how good I think Steve Nash is. An example, when I said I think Steve Nash in 07 was better than LeBron. Read the comments. Overwhelming disagreement. When I said Steve Nash is a tier 1 offensive player, read the comments. Overwhelming disagreement. When there's Steve Nash segments,
you're saying the comments. I'm saying the chat, which are two different functions.
Oh my god,
they are.
We're
they
nitpicking.
Are.
We're
two
nitpicking
different functions.
right
No,
now.
it's not. It's not
overstating my
not
impact.
because I read what's going on in the live chat, and when we were having this conversation early on PC, it was no Steve Nash.
But the live chat would be inherently smaller. Wait, hold on. The live chat is literally smaller because people pay for that one.
The live chat is
even if they don't
only
pay for it. Not every on average.
It's still like 2,000.
How many people are watching PC on average?
No, there's 2,000 people. No, there's 2,000 people who watch live. There is not 2,000 people who are active in the chat. Because you have
and
to
there's
pay
more
to be
people.
there.
There's probably going to be more if you compare live chat to comments. There's more people going to be commenting about the video than actually live chatting about it.
We are getting to a minority of a minority at this point, in which you are trying to blame me for, which is fine. Cool. But my disagreement is not that you think Nash is overrated. My disagreement, Magic is universally considered a top 5 player ever. You didn't have him top 10.
Absolutely.
Who's more overrated, Magic Johnson or Steve Nash?
Steve Nash.
But here's
I'm not gonna lie.
I've just named three. This isn't even fair. I've just named 3 point guards who are more overrated than Steve Nash.
I got you. Here is where I am willing to maybe because y'all earlier in the conversation, y'all like, well, if you think this, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not still that good or whatever we were talking about at the time. And so I'm in the vast minority
when it comes to Magic, yes,
of Magic Johnson. So maybe I could just be wrong about Magic. That's a possibility.
Yeah,
that is a possibility.
Because you've done a lot of Magic agenda pushing. We can call a spade a spade. Now, if someone were to make a YouTube stream, Magic is one of the most underrated players ever because Real Talk has cultivated an audience of people who hate on Magic Johnson. we're
I
still
wouldn't
gonna
blame
call
him.
that.
Am I frequently popping up
It
on
would
this
be
timeline?
justified.
No, yeah,
Am I
I'm not saying.
frequently
I'm not saying.
popping?
I'm not
Am
saying.
I
I'm not saying you
frequently
can't. I'm not
popping
saying
up?
he's not. I'm not saying he doesn't have a reason to say it. But what I'm saying is he would still be quite obviously wrong when you are so clearly in the minority of Magic Johnson opinions.
Yeah, but Real Talks admitted
I am
that
clearly in the minority
the
of Steve
thumbnailers
Nash
were drift.
opinions. I'm not only in the minority of Steve Nash opinion globally. I'm not only in the minority of Steve Nash opinion online. I'm also in the minority opinion of Steve Nash on the platform we frequent. I'm in the minority when it comes to Steve Nash every single place we go. So there's no way, in my opinion, to justify calling him one of the most overrated players ever. And it's less about the title. It's more about the tweet. Steve Nash is one of the most gassed players of all time. Like, there's no way you believe that.
They go hand in hand, Mars.
Like, there's just no way you believe
Not
that
that
when
gas,
you
I
know
know
by
that.
your own admission,
I think the same.
me and people of my kind are in the minority when it comes to Steve Nash.
I think the same way people
But here's
view
the thing,
like.
when
I
you
think the same
don't
way
put out,
people view like Reggie Miller or whatnot. Like every summer, there's a point period where people talk about how Reggie.
That's
Miller's
another
this
player I'm
crazy
high
player.
on. And Real Talk thinks
No,
I
but I'm
overrate him
saying
too.
like people who gas Reggie Miller to some degree. It's just like it just points in periods in which people start to tend to gas either Steve Nash or Reggie Miller. It happens every summer. I'm dead serious. There's gonna be like you're gonna
Nash
see a real
Pin,
Reggie
hit the
Miller.
link, Pin. Hit the link, Pin.
Yeah, like I'm not even arguing that Nash is or isn't overrated. As you can like Real Talk can you
I don't think Nash is over. I think Nash.
I haven't argued one time that Nash is or isn't.
You know
overrated.
how I know. I think Nash
I've been
is fairly
arguing
rated.
how good I
Funny
think
enough,
he is,
funny
I
enough,
think
and B
Nash is
that he's
fairly
not
rated.
one of
Properly
the
rated.
most overrated.
He
I think
might
Nash
be
is fairly
properly
rated.
rated. But
Hit
more,
the link, Souls. Shout out to Souls.
I'm gonna be
Yes,
completely
that's
honest.
how I'm feeling today.
I think Nash is perfectly rated because I think there's a large
I think he is
section.
too.
I think there's a large section of people in terms of people who like don't like him at all, whether it be Kobe MVPs, how he played, the situation that he was in, whatever. Just don't really rate him that highly. And then there's
He's
a loud
low-key
minority.
irrelevant.
Wait. There's a loud minority.
He's
right?
kind of like Donovan Mitchell.
There's a loud
Yeah,
minority.
exactly.
There's a loud.
Nah, it ain't.
Let me
No
finish.
one cares.
Go ahead,
Let me-
Gabe,
let me-
go ahead, Gabe.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Relative to the stars with
No,
him.
how do we have? Why am I always getting cut off somehow every
Yeah,
single
go ahead.
time?
It's because
Goodness
no one
gracious.
really wants to hear you for real.
All right, so go ahead, bro. I got it.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Gabe.
he's
Don't
like
let him knock
he's
you
like
off your
Donovan
square
Mitchell.
like
He's
that.
like Donovan Mitchell in the sense that no one cares about him. So like he's not really
Get the ball
overrated
back, KB.
because
Be
no
a
one
real
really cares to
KB.
talk about Steve Nash. Like even I've given up on talking about Steve Nash, and I'm still like the Steve Nash guy on PC or whatever. But every time Steve Nash comes up, I'm very quick to say I can't be bothered to have a Steve Nash conversation. I've said everything I need to say about Steve Nash. We just disagree. That's why I say like every time Steve Nash comes up, even the question today, the Brunson and Steve Nash thing. You see how quick I answered that? I just said no, I don't think he's better than Steve Nash, and that was it. Like I don't talk about Steve Nash anymore because the people I converse with when it comes to Steve Nash, we've all said everything that needs to be said when it comes to Steve Nash. You've given your perspective. Penn's given his perspective. Ron and Ox and Jordan have all given their perspective. I've given my perspective. We just don't agree. There's no point for us to keep having the same conversation. The reason I came up and had this conversation today is because I actually do think we discussed a few different things in terms of what makes an offensive player more valuable.
Yeah, I do think
Like,
we
so
had a
like
good
today,
discourse.
I do
Yeah.
think there was some productivity. And like once again, we still like ultimately still came to a different conclusion on how good Steve Nash is. But today, at least the conversation was a bit different. But ultimately, it's still just me disagreeing with the statement he's one of the most overrated players of all time. That's literally that's all I'm disagreeing with. How good you think he is? Fine. I just don't think where I view him and people who are higher. There's some people out there. I've seen someone on Twitter who's argued he's the best offensive player ever. Like I'm not. I understand those people exist. They're just such a small minority. I can't call someone overrated because a small I'm not gonna call Kobe overrated because there's a handful of people who think he's the GOAT. And you know, there's more people who think Kobe is the GOAT than there are that think Steve Nash is a top 5 offensive player ever. There's more people who think Kobe is the GOAT than think Steve Nash is the best offensive player ever. But
Those
I'm not
people
going to
know
then
ball.
call Kobe Bryant
They're more
overrated because of it. I'm
Those
not going to
people
do
know
that.
ball.
And I'm not saying they
Yeah.
don't. I'm saying I'm not going to call Kobe
Nah, I
overrated.
get it. I get what you're saying.
Like, so that's what I'm mainly disagreeing with. Our opinions on Steve Nash, we're going to stay on our sides of that equation. It is what it is. Like, I view him highly. You don't view him as highly. At the end of the day, I had him at 6. You had him at 7. Like, I refuse to believe Jason Kidd was the difference. Like, I'm sorry. I just don't. But ultimately, he's not
Russell
one of the most
Westbrook is overtaking Nash for me.
That's
as
fine,
well.
and that's fine. I'm
In the
not
last
surprised.
hour?
I think you said. I think
What,
you,
as
no,
overrated?
I think he said that a few months back. I think he said that.
Oh,
a
as
few
better.
months
Yeah,
back.
I actually,
When
yeah, I actually
Westbrook hit a milestone. I don't know what the milestone was. Westbrook
Yeah.
hit some milestone, and Real Talk said he's probably.
Hey, Sacramento Russ.
So like,
Honestly,
I'm even that. I'm not like here to disagree with like, and also Shay's gonna pass him, and Luka's gonna pass like for you at least. Like I'm not cool. All of that stuff is fine.
Gonna.
Cool. My fault.
Brother.
They're better than him. Like I'm not arguing that either.
Give me 77.
Okay.
The point is, I just don't understand the avenue to call him one of the most overrated players ever. I understand, get the views, but like it's not even close to true.
That actually is,
In my opinion.
KB,
I
where do
don't
you
even
have
feel like
Nash?
people. I don't feel like people care enough. I have him in the top 10, like probably somewhere either
Yeah, let's
mid.
see. KB's
like-
list, he had Steve Nash at 8. He had him below Real Talk.
Like he's just like I think he's a normal. I think he's a great player. It's not even hate. I just think it's like Steve Nash, cool. We have our yearly. How good is Steve Nash, or is Stevie Nash really that good? Is it, or was it really Phoenix? It's just like it's the same cycle, bro. I'm not gonna lie. So like that when some people,
I had him at 6. Real Talk had him at 7. KB had him at 8. That's the order we had him in our greatest point.
it's not that far.
Let me on next time y'all do one. I don't even know.
No, we good, because you're gonna have KD number 1 small forward. You're gonna be fried.
I ain't gonna lie though. We do
had him in the same group.
We do. I'm not gonna lie though, Mars. We do actually. The one person, and I'll shift my hate from John Stockton. I think everyone knows how I feel about John Stockton, and most people how they feel about John Stockton.
Yeah, you had John Stockton at 10. Yeah.
I was debating whether to put him on there. You could even show the text. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But IT, goodness gracious, man, that player, he needs to get talked about a bit more in terms of his like overratedness in terms of the general public.
You had him at 5.
Yeah, I don't.
Brother.
I low-key want to push him down even more. I don't even know if he's better.
What, did I have Isaiah Thomas ranked?
And you know what's crazy? When I made that list, I actually was respecting accolades so much. But I ain't gonna lie.
I low-key did put a few PC answers on my list. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I do that all the time. Like my all NBA, I do that. There's some players who like I feel a certain way about, but it's so far from the majority opinion, and I can't be bothered to have to debate it.
I just put.
So
him
I'll
there,
just conform.
bro.
I'll just conform.
Yeah, I'll be like, you know, I don't have time to argue this, bro.
Where,
just take it here, bro.
Some things I don't feel passionately enough about to argue, even if I disagree with the majority. So I just conform to the majority because I can't be bothered to debate. Like I do that all the time.
Because you
Where
know,
did Real Talk have Magic?
He had Magic at 2.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He had Magic
Clear
at 2.
PC answer, by the
That's
way.
funny.
That was one of my PC.
He had Magic at 2 and West at 3.
But you know what's crazy? If I was to ask Luka, wait, hold on,
Magic.
Mars, 1 second. If I was to ask Real Talk right now, who's a better player? Magic, Luka. Who's a better player?
Oh, Luka, easy.
There you go. See?
Why isn't Steve Nash a better offensive player than Magic Johnson? Real Talk.
That's a
Who said he wasn't?
No, I'm asking. If he is,
is Magic a top five? Is Magic a top 5 offensive player ever to you? To you?
No, heck no.
To you? Where do you have him? I'll name names.
Below
You just
Steve
tell me.
Nash, it
You
sounds
tell
like.
me. You tell me if they're better or worse. I'll name names.
Below Chris Paul.
Michael Jordan.
Below?
So Michael Jordan is a better offensive player than Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
LeBron.
Sky Blue, Sky Blue, Sky Blue.
LeBron.
Sky Blue.
Better.
Kobe. I'll name another.
Better.
Steph.
Better.
Shaq.
Better.
Okay, that's 5. Harden.
Harden's in bad graces for Real Talk.
No, Harden.
No.
Yeah.
Remove the Cleveland. Just remove Cleveland.
I can't.
Remove Cleveland.
No, I can't
I
remove
can't.
That's
this.
winning. No. That's winning. We're talking
No, I
about
can't
player.
remove this.
Okay.
At least
his mental
Magic.
fortitude.
Jokic.
Yeah, I heard that.
Jokic.
Yeah, give me Jokic.
Magic.
Okay.
Nice.
KD.
KD.
7.
Basketball.
Larry, actually. The guy he was competing with.
Larry. Better.
That's 8.
Steve
Nash.
Steve Francis.
Steve better.
That's 9. And 10.
So you part of the overrated?
Who would be 10?
No, he's
I need a
naming
name.
names just better than Magic Johnson.
Yeah,
Well,
but you
if I'm
think
saying
Steve-
he's better than
yeah,
Magic
you
Johnson,
think Nash is better than Magic Johnson. You part of the overrated.
Shay. I'm gonna name Shay.
But there's would be some people would be saying that I'm not. I'm just very low on Magic. Yeah, Shay's better.
So that's 10. There you go.
I mean, you ain't said Luka yet.
He thinks Luka's better. That's 11.
Yeah, so Luka would be 11.
Dang, will Magic even be top
Is
15?
Chris Paul
Top
better than
20?
Magic?
That's
Chris
12.
Yup.
I know how he feels.
You can add Dirk.
Bro.
You can add Dirk to this list too.
That's 13. There you go.
Dang, he not top 20.
Yeah, how you feel about Giannis? How you feel about Giannis?
Giannis better.
Magic Johnson have a game 6 like Giannis? Magic better. Giannis
Magic
better.
ain't never
James?
averaged 30.
Oh, Jerry West. Yes.
That's
Yeah,
13.
Jerry West. I mean, I'd assume Oscar would have to be there too, but I don't know if you've watched enough. But that's fine.
Yeah, this off season, that's my plan is to dive into
Kareem?
the Oscar Robinson.
Oh,
Oh
Kareem.
yeah, Kareem,
That's
duh.
14.
Wilt.
Shit,
Hakeem?
I'm finna say James Worth. Nah, but
Is
Hey,
Hakeem
bro,
a better
it's
offensive player than Magic to you?
Yeah.
yeah.
That's 15, right?
You added Wilt?
Yeah, would Wilt be?
I don't go. I don't.
Okay. Russell.
Wait, did you
His
say Jerry
defense is
West?
his offense?
Jerry?
We could try.
The
Yeah,
biggest.
I said.
The biggest J.
I said. Yeah, I said Jerry already.
Okay.
T-Mac?
So we're at 16 names. So what, Magic was
Man,
17?
y'all lucky T Mac wasn't healthy, bro. Telling y'all, bro.
Healthy
Yeah,
T-Mac.
this archetype of player, I just think is a player that Real Talk and me are just never
Yeah,
going to
it's gonna.
and that's fine. We value different things. It is what it is.
Nah, yeah, you think 17 offensive foot.
It just doesn't make sense. Steve Nash, one of the most overrated players of all time, but he better than Magic Johnson offensively. Like, I guess, sure. Do you think Steve
Magic-
Nash is top 10 offensively? Like,
That's
ballpark.
another good question.
Are we saying what peak?
However
like
you
his
view,
prime
however
years.
you
Is prime
evaluate.
Steve Nash a top 10 offensive player ever to you?
Yeah.
No.
I know you think Dwayne Wade's better offensively than Magic, by the way.
Yes,
That's 18.
I think Dwayne Wade at his best is better than Nash offensively.
That's fine. But I was just remembering another
Yeah, I
information.
think.
But
he
yeah,
gets
would
it.
Steve Nash be in and around the top 10 offensively in his prime?
Yeah,
Offensively.
I would still have him around there. He would probably be on the back end, but like
So you might, at best,
13.
you have him 9, 10, at worst, maybe 13. Ballpark.
yeah, that's probably around there.
And I'd have him at worst, maybe 8 or 9. And at best, like 4th. And that's like really optimistic.
Jeez.
Like really optimistic. But like,
Joel Embiid is a great shout.
that's just
Mm.
common sense.
Over
Yeah,
Magic.
I don't.
Wait, so I say
So like, if
Harden-
you look
Harden
at
hate.
Nash most
He just
optimistically, and I look at him most pessimistically, we would both have him around 8 or 9. I don't exactly think that we're very far apart. More so that I'm just more optimistic and you're more pessimistic, or
Real
I
talk-
just value his
Real
archetype.
Talk doesn't actually realize he's actually high on Steve Nash. He just hasn't come around to it yet. That's all it is. You'll come around to it, bro.
I mean, I've been saying repeatedly, I do think he's great in everything. This
But
was
if
for
you
me.
think he's ballpark top 10 offensively, how is he not
For
clearly better than
me,
Johnson? No.
for
I'm
You
back
say
annoyed. I'm
Duncan?
not gonna lie. If you think he's borderline top 10 offensively, which you just said, I heard you say it. How is he not better than Jalen Brunson?
I would have to sit down and make a list.
How is he not better than Jalen Brunson?
I
Oh, wait,
said
he
if
thinks
first
Brunson's
off,
better?
I didn't even say Jalen Brunson was better right now. I said if
Yeah,
Jalen
4
Brunson
more
goes
wins,
to the
and all of a
finals,
sudden, the top 10 offensive
Oh,
players now.
bruh.
if he
better than Jalen
performed
Brunson.
well against one of the best defenses ever, which
Real town hoops.
by
out
the
here.
way, both of the teams that he's going to face in the finals, either one.
I don't mean to be nasty, but Steve Nash
This
also
man
performed
just said
well
Steve
against
Nash
Steve
is
Lee.
borderline
Also-
top 10 offensively ever, and Brunson is 4 games away from being better than him.
But
And
I'm-
it can't be defense.
That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, that just doesn't make sense.
you don't even think
Then
Jalen Brunson.
maybe
Do you
I
think?
need
Wait.
to
Do you
consider-
think? Do you
Wait,
think
wait,
Jalen?
wait, wait. Damn, let me respond.
This question is important. Trust me.
What's up?
Do you think Jalen Brunson is a better offensive player than Steve Nash? Do you? Because both their defenses is ass. So like we don't really have to talk.
I'd
about
argue
that.
Brunson might be worse just based on the era, but that's a different conversation.
And see, this is why I'm going to get the hate, KB.
No, go
I
ahead.
feel like-
This is your
I feel
platform.
like that conversation is a lot closer than some. would
I'm
like
not-
to-
I'm not-
Politicking,
like
who's
to
better?
goddamn-
Who's
Politics.
better? I'm asking you because I genuinely want to know. I'm not even here to fight. I'm just here to seek an understanding of your perspective. Who is better?
Right now, this is where I have Nash
Okay, you have me.
offensively.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right at the eyebrow. I feel it.
I feel it, pause.
This is Jalen Brunson.
So they're here.
And if Jalen Brunson plays fantastic against one of the best defenses ever,
It's like this.
that can get me here.
So if he has a good 6 games, he's
3
definitely
games.
Steve Nash offensive.
It's not just man. This is what I'm saying when it comes to goddamn Jalen Brunson. It's not just these 3 games, bruh. Jalen Brunson has been balling.
But then
in
why are you
pivotal
not
games
saying it
for a
now?
long
Then say it
time.
now.
That's why I'm arguing. It's based on the
Because
next series.
I am
'Cause you-
different from y'all in the fact that I do take into consideration.
So what if he
He
plays well when they
big-time
lose?
performances
He values
So
against
what
his
if
big
he, what if
Wait,
he
so-
plays well when
I get
they
it.
So
what
if he plays
well,
if he plays
I see.
bad, you have
what
to
if he
give
plays
off
well
that
when they
tape.
lose? If he plays
what?
well and if he's good against OKC or San Antonio and he's averaging 29, is about as efficient as you could hope for against those defenses, and they lose, is he better than Nash offensively?
Yeah, because I said I started with performance.
So then it's not about if they win the chip.
No, he has to perform well. But I'm saying if he does that and then on top of that, he wins, I do take into account winning.
But winning,
more than
but
y'all,
winning
clearly.
isn't. Yeah, but obviously, but winning isn't necessary because you already said if he plays well and they lose, he's still better than Steve Nash.
I'm
So
saying
it's not about-
winning like cements it for me. It
How? Wait.
It
And
cements
I just have a question.
Okay, so
that
which one is more Which one is more beneficial? He plays okay, like he has a cool series. It's not great, it's not terrible, and they win.
No, he's gonna
Or he
have
ha-
to perform.
How well?
So if they win or he plays fine, that's not enough.
Depends on what fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Like he
you.
has
How-
he has a good series. It's not great. It's not he ripped the defense to shreds, but he scored timely buckets. He was relatively efficient, if not slightly inefficient.
Let's
but
say like he's like consistently closing games in the fourth.
it's hit and miss. Like let's say they have 3 opportunities to close. He closes one of them. They win a couple more games on the strength of they get stops. Other guys give their contributions. Like if we want to box score it, let's just box score it for the sake of argument because I can't bother to. Let's say he averages 26 and 5 on slightly negative efficiency, and they win in 6 games. Is that good enough? With like a marquee performance in there, like a game 4, he has 15 in the 4th, closes out that game to go up or to tie the series 2-2. Like, let's say that's what his series looks like. Is that enough to be better than Steve Nash?
The championship boost.
Potentially. I mean, I just have to see how this stuff plays out.
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
I just feel like if all
it's
it
easy
takes
to
is
like
another
throw out
6
some
games, I feel like
stats
you're
and stuff
already
right
there.
now, but I have to watch it. I have to
Yeah,
see
my
what it
thing is
looks
if
like.
you're like
I'm
kinda
with you.
there
I'm with you.
already.
I'm for sure with you. I just feel like if he's 6 games away from doing it, he's basically there. Is what I'm arguing. That
I
like
think with real talk,
because like you said, there's
Like,
we're
you don't
not-
really need to
this is-
see
he's
anymore.
trying
This is year 4. This is year 4 of Brunson doing this. In like, so like clearly we've got enough sample. So like, I'm on the side of why not just say it now? That's
I
like,
get what he's saying. Basically, the opponent versus the magnitude of it being the NBA Finals and how much he could actually perform also takes into account of him being better than Nash, which I understand the reasoning.
Yeah, like all of that matters.
I don't.
That
I don't-
22 series for Steph, it did.
Well, I
that
mean,
was
if it
different.
took you, I'll be honest with you. For me, this is my opinion. If it
but if
took
he
you
had
up
that
until
same
2022
series and
series
lost, like,
to think he
what
wasn't
do
a
we
top
do?
10 player, then I just disagree.
I don't
So-
Mars. I
so
don't
if
know.
he has that
but he
same
won.
series, but Jason
But he
Tatum doesn't.
won.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know.
yeah,
I don't know what I would do if he lost this series. He won.
The winning
But then
does
you're
it.
not-
Jalen Brunson
but then-
goes out there, performs, and he wins. That matters to me.
I just feel like
Yes.
then you're not. But then it's like all this talk about individualism. I feel like we've now just it's not
Because
individual.
I also feel like they're not going to win unless Jalen Brunson is individually great.
Yeah, but once again, but like it's still not an individual thing. Like, yeah, they might not win if Jalen Brunson doesn't play great. They might not win if Cat doesn't play great. Like that. Like the outcome of the series is going to be on more than Jalen Brunson, as it is for every series that's ever been played in the history of mankind.
Or maybe
So
this is a different way
if
to act.
Steph has his 22 finals and plays that great, but now Jason Tatum can put ball in hoop, Steph is a worse player?
No, Steph's not a worse player.
If he
You're
plays
basically
like
saying
Brunson, he's better than Nash.
if Steph had that same performance and they lose,
I'm
that
not
finals,
I'm not operating off of
the win. You're operating off of the performance.
ifs,
Yeah, so if
ands,
he
and
plays
buts,
like
especially off past things that we've already seen and experienced. Steph Curry played that well in 22.
Mhm.
Yeah.
His team, he had a historic performance in game 4.
Performances.
The team walked down the Celtics and he won the chip.
He did.
I'm
Regardless.
not finna then sit here and in hypothetical Steph losing the ring and da-da-da. I experienced him doing that, being great, being legendary, and winning. That mattered. I'm not so us doing the if, but, and, why, if, and, there, if, I just why not is reasonable logic, because this is where me being, I'm sorry, to a lot of y'all, me being a former athlete, like is just that's where I have a difference of mentality. I'm sorry. I'm going to
You
say
don't know. Maybe he hooped. You don't know what Mondon was doing.
a lot of these niggas don't hoop. I know that. To me, winning matters. That matters. We can contextualize it. Absolutely. Winning matters. It's not a narrative of winning.
no, winning
It's
should matter.
Well, the thing is,
winning.
the reason why I get what you're saying.
Winning
for me,
matters.
Winning matters for me too.
If he
to some
goes
degree.
out there, if Jalen
is-
Brunson goes out there against an historic defense, he averages 33, 6, and 8.
6 rebounds.
6
Yeah,
rebounds. Crazy.
I'm saying. I'm just,
Got that. You do that.
if he averages 33, 4, and 8.
There you go.
Plays fantastic against an historic defense in the NBA Finals, that's going to matter to me. And if it doesn't for you, then cool. I'm not going to sit here and
I think if Brunson plays great, that matters to everyone. I think everyone is in agreement on that.
But like where you're
But the main point of what people are trying to say right now is that you keep alluding to the games, in which I agree. I think the magnitude of where you're performing and how you're performing, like in NBA, it's different between game 64 of the season versus an NBA Finals. I think everyone can understand and contextualize things matter more, correct? But because, and if you just boil it down, it is 4 games or however many games he performs well, he's basic to you. He is basically there in terms of him being comparable to Steve Nash, as you already alluded to with this thing. So why the reason why we keep asking you why wait is because you already think he's of that elk with him, even before he's done it. You get what I'm trying to say? Even though Steve Nash, even though Steve Nash didn't win at all, like in terms of championships and whatnot, like
I said,
he's already gone further than Steve Nash ever did.
Yeah, he just doesn't have to be buns.
First off, I said I had him here anyway. What I said was him performing well. With him performing well and winning would solidify it for me. That's what I said. I said it would go from Nash being slightly better to, if he performs well and the team loses, in my opinion, this then becomes, hey, who do you want? I'm going to be leaning Jalen Brunson because he performed well, but I know he's not going to then be like solidified in many people's opinion. If he goes out there and won it,
you think his case closed.
Great, we just disagree fundamentally.
Well, you think if he wins the title, it's basically your opinion, of course. I'm choosing Jalen Brunson, and I'm not hearing Steve Nash conversations. Is that where you stand? If you're hypothetical,
no, I think he's firmly on.
If he plays great against a historic,
yes,
win a title, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, give me.
Yeah,
Brunson.
we just disagree fundamentally. It is what it is. I guess maybe it's because I ain't hoop. I don't know. Man.
I've been saying this moments.
Get in
I
the
do
gym,
think
Morris. Get
in
in the gym.
sports a lot when we talk
No,
about
we
it.
good. We good.
When we talk about sports a lot, moments do matter and like how far you go. But on the other side of it, it's also dependent on what's going on in front of you or with your team, and is it maximized? Is there injury luck to your benefit? Do you have injuries on your team? Like, there's so many other things that go into it.
Suspension
That
luck.
people, yeah, exactly. That people like tend to evaluate different other
Shout
things.
out to Steve Nash.
I
Suspension.
get where you're coming from, real talk. I just don't know if I just think he's just better than him, but I do think in terms of the greater conversation, I think he'd probably just be greater than him. But
Yeah, I disagree from the start of they're close to begin with. So like I can't even get to that point.
Yeah,
And then I'm always gonna disagree with the outcome thing.
because
It's
you
not
and I,
'cause-
sorry, go ahead,
Yeah.
Mars. My fault.
It's not because I don't think winning doesn't matter. At the end of the day, like I said, the goal of the game is to win. Like, and how do you help your team in that pursuit of the goal is ultimately how good I think you are. Like, what does your skill set do to help your team in the pursuit of winning? That to me is the whole point of basketball. And the better players are the ones who are able to help their team. And in my opinion, because I value portability, theoretically help a bunch of teams in the pursuit of winning. That to me is how you drive how good you are at basketball. I'm just, in my opinion, I'm able to separate that from actually winning on the individual scale. If Jalen Brunson has a masterclass, but Cat and OG stink it up, and now he loses, I don't then view Jalen Brunson differently, even though I guess I can make the argument that if those guys are stinking up, Jalen Brunson just has to do more to get them over the hump. Yeah, that is technically true. But that doesn't mean he's now worse than someone else who wasn't in the position to where they had to do more because their teammates weren't stinking it up in that particular series.
So you
So
believe
I try to look at it through the individual lens as much as possible. I try to isolate Jalen Brunson's performance. If Jalen Brunson plays great, but they lose because they're outmanned and they're a worse team, I don't then view Jalen Brunson as less than. If Jalen Brunson plays bad or plays mid, but they win because Cat steps up, or because someone on OKC gets hurt, or because the Knicks are just a better team than people gave him credit for, I don't then view Jalen Brunson in a much higher light because he didn't
I
play
started off with he has to perform.
Yeah, I'm speaking once again more broad. But what I'm saying is, for me, if you perform, it's not that the outcome means nothing. At the end of the day, if you win, that's better for you. But from my view of your individual ability and how good you are, I know that one individual doesn't determine the outcome of games, let alone series. A game,
wait, I disagree there.
A game, sure. Winning 4 times in a playoff series, I don't care what individual player you are. You don't win 4 individual games because you just exist. That doesn't happen. Like, even if the best carry job you can think of, Dirk Nowitzki, LeBron in 18, Hakeem in 95, they aren't just willing their team through 4 wins every single round. That's just not happening. Like, ultimately, like, defense is on a string. There's 5 players on defense. Offense, you have to kick to the guys who have to make shots. Those guys have to set screens to get you open. All of those things contribute to you winning. So for me, I'm just trying to isolate your performance. The outcome is going to be dependent on your performance, the coaching, the injuries, everyone else. Like, so that's why I don't look at that when I'm evaluating players. Kevin Garnett, I'm not looking at, oh, he didn't get it done in Minnesota. Like, no shit, he didn't get it done in Minnesota. What I will look at is his individual performance and his struggles as a player and what he needed to be better at. I'll look at that, but I'm not going to dock him because his teams didn't win, when there's so much more that goes into winning outside of one person. Like,
in a situation like that, I agree.
I understand that.
Ultimately,
I don't even think I said anything to go against that point. My point is that if, number one, again, I said if he performs, then I even said if he performs and they lose, I would still take Brunson. I said that, and then I said if he wins, it solidifies it. So I mean, basically, either way, I'm saying if he performs, I'm probably leaning Brunson.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the point
but
I'm
you're saying
disagreeing
if
with
he
is the
wins,
solidification.
you're
Yeah.
going to go with Brunson no
Yeah,
matter what.
That's the point. No, well, he didn't say that, but that's the point I'm disagreeing. The fact that winning, him performing versus him performing and winning, in my mind, they're the same thing. That's my only disagreement. To you is if he performs well and they lose, I still probably think he's better than Nash. If they perform well and he wins, I'm solidifying he's better than Nash. In my mind, the way I register it, if I was you, it would be if he performs, he's better than Nash. That's it. End of sentence. That would be how I would do it. All I'm disagreeing with is the winning solidifies it. That's
But
where I've always been.
the reason why I keep saying I don't know how to judge it yet is because we have to see how it plays out. If we see this series in the finals come out to, okay, Jalen Brunson was cool to good offensively, but then Jalen Brunson also held up defensively. Jalen Brunson hedged and recovered. Jalen Brunson stayed out of the way as a defensive player, better than Steve Nash would, is what I'm saying in comparison
They
to.
hit him better.
Like there are a multitude of ways to perform and lead to team success. And so I would have to see how he accomplishes that and what it looks like. Or even if, let's say it's a drag it out series, let's say he's inefficient, but from watching the series, I get that let's say all 6 or 7 games of the series are inefficient from both teams. And so then I have to see how he responded in those kind of games, in those situations. I have to see how he performs.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will make that determination. But if he performs and wins, yes, the winning to me solidifies things. Again, winning, in my opinion, whether y'all like it or not, is the proof of concept. Again, even the people that y'all like, and Mars already admitted to this as well. In 23, after Jokic won the championship, all of a sudden winning a ring did matter. And you want to know why? And I think they were correct in that, because winning is proof of concept. It just is, especially when said player performs. We didn't think a non-defensive center or a non-rim pro center could win a championship. Hadn't been done in the history of the game.
Yeah, but
Jokic did it.
Go
That's a proof of concept. We were talking about this with James Harden as well. Like,
it's absolutely a proof of concept when the concept is small guards can't win. Jalen Brunson. The concept is
and then Jalen Brunson goes out there, balls his ass off, and then wins.
Exactly. Yeah, it's fact.
So
It's
proof of
factual
concept.
proof. Yeah. Jokic, bad defensive centers can't win. Jokic, proof of concept. Sure. But what I'm saying is proof of concept isn't proof of quality, in my opinion. You know how I felt about Jokic prior to them winning the title. My opinion of Jokic didn't change after them winning the title. Yes, the proof of concept was there. So the narrative of you can't win with bad defensive center, that narrative got dispelled because factually it happened. You no longer can argue that you can't do this because it literally happened. But the actual player Jokic was, in my mind, wasn't any different. Same thing with Jalen Brunson. The notion that you can't win with a small guard as your best player, if you believe Brunson is the next best player, that will then be unequivocally false if they win, because Brunson factually won as his team's best player. Therefore, the concept is wrong. So the proof of concept is true, but proof of concept is not proof of quality. Brunson is not then proven to be better because the narrative against him was proven false. The narrative against him was just false. That's how I view it. The Jokic wasn't proven to be better because he proved the narrative wrong. The narrative was just incorrect. James Harden isn't now proven to be better if they win in 2018. The narrative against him was just proven false. There's a bunch of players who I think the narrative is false for, but it hasn't been proven false. And there's a bunch of players who I think have narratives against them that I probably think are true, but they've won, so the narrative isn't strong. So, like, it goes a bunch of different ways. Like, proof of concept is great. Like, you can no longer say you can't win with Jokic as your big, because he factually has won. But that doesn't mean Jokic is now better than he was before. To me, to other people, sure. I like everyone knows how they value championships. Once again, I'm in the minority on this as well. Most of my opinions tend to be in the minority. Like, I'm fine with that. But for my brain, when I was pushing Jokic is the best in the world during the 23 season, it wasn't solidified after the finals against Miami. If anything, I would argue that was probably his most disappointing series. Maybe the first round against Minnesota. But that didn't solidify anything to me. My opinion of Giannis wasn't solidified after the 21 finals. Like, my opinion of Kevin Durant wasn't solidified because he won a ring in Golden State.
That's cap. And the reason why I'm saying that's cap is because at this point, I was around y'all during these times. We were on Open Gym together. You, me, Low.
You should watch the panel episode right after the Nuggets won the title. They asked me, what does this mean? What does this change for Jokic? Like, it's documented. I literally said it changes nothing. That was the day after the finals were won. Someone can find the clip, find the video. It's literally there. I literally said the next day it changed nothing for me. Like, that's quite clearly documented. But carry on.
That's not the point I'm making is when we were having these discussions, let's even say, let's go to Giannis. Okay. Right? Because I don't know how we can do I don't know how we can judge players when the losing and or underperforming drops them. But then we do everything in our power to contextualize them winning and trying to up them a scale or two. So the player I'm going to use is Giannis. I'm just saying the best.
I got you.
Discourse. Giannis in 23 was injured. Number one.
I defended him in that series.
Right, I've done, but again, this is just more than injured, playing. Even had still produced from a numbers perspective. He did have his low moments, of course. I remember the following Open Gym episodes, Giannis went from arguably the best in the world to people were coming up on there. I'm not going to name any names, but I do remember this vividly. People coming up on there. Oh man, I don't even know how he could still be like top 3 or 4. It happened that quick. It happened that fast. He underperformed.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. And then
people came on there and said, "Oh, see, he's still offensively limited." Yada yada yada. Boo 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 boo, and it dropped him from the top 3, just like that. Look how we've been shitting on Jokic.
But what this is, and
Jokic went from undeniably to you, even to be quite honest, to you and many others.
Well, I haven't had a Jokic undeniably in like a
best
year
of the world.
But sure.
18 months ago, Jokic was the undeniable best player.
Yes.
Undeniable. Now we like, oh shit. The nigga that's playoff dropping again is better than him.
I just think Jokic has declined, though. And that's one thing I've also been considering. My opinion of Jokic 18 months ago hasn't changed. Back then, I do think he was clearly the best in the world. In 24, once Embiid lost his knees, I thought Jokic was clearly the best player in the world. Because you was up here arguing for Luka, and I was strongly I thought Jokic was better than everyone in the world. I still believe that. 24 Jokic, to me, clearly the best player in the world. I just think 26 Jokic is way worse. That's been my argument when it comes to Jokic. Is this version of Jokic is a lot worse than he was before. So
even in December?
I even said pre-injury Jokic.
Okay,
that Jokic to me was still best in the world. Him and Shea, those were my top 2. I said that at the time. Like, so my opinion of Jokic has been this post-injury Jokic is way worse than he was before. My opinion of Jokic back then, he's still the best player in the world in the time frame in which I think he was the best. So from 2022, when I think him and Giannis were 1A, 1B, documented. In 23, I think he was the best player in the world. In 24, Embiid had his stretch. He died. Then Jokic, best player in the world to me. In 25, that was the first year. By the end of that year, I said, I think Jokic and Shea are the two best players in the world. I probably still have Jokic. Documented. This season, this is the first year in which I've said, I think it's interchangeable. I said Jokic and Shea, interchangeable. At that time before Jokic went down, I said he was probably my MVP because I think he was playing the best. Documented. Then Jokic goes down and Wemby ascends. February onwards, I've been saying the top three are Jokic, Shea, and Wemby. Documented. Wemby has now got to this level where, to me, as Jokic looked a lot worse post-injury, and I saw the postseason and how he looked, yes, I'm saying, to me, the top two players in the world as of today, assuming Jokic is a real decline and not just not looking great post-injury. So that opens me up for plausible deniability. If he comes back next season looking like first half of the season Jokic, he's back into that top three mix for me. But right now, for me, it's Shea and Wemby. Documented. Like, my opinion of Jokic isn't changing retroactively, it's changing going forwards based on what I've been seeing thus far. And when it comes to Giannis, I defended him from that 23 series against multiple people. I defended him against Chill. Who else did I defend? I defended Giannis in that series mainly because of like the running from the free throw line stuff that I just disagreed with. Plus, he was hurt. I've defended Giannis in that series. And speaking just for me, all of that stuff is about the guys who move Giannis out the top three or they move Jokic. All that is confirmation bias. People like yourself and other people have been waiting, and you can deny it if you want, it's true, have been waiting for Jokic to have these moments so that everything that you already believed about him would have substantiated evidence against it. And there's nothing wrong with that because when Jokic was winning, people who were pushing the Jokic propaganda needed that to substantiate their evidence. Use that to substantiate their claim that he was the best thing since sliced bread. When he then struggles in the playoffs, that confirms the people who were against it in 23, but now they have something tangible to point to. It's once again proof of concept. I'm doing air quotes because you can't see me. There's proof of concept. That's what that is. So people like you, or people who have been Giannis doubters, when he has his 23 series, when he had his bubble series, when he had the Raptors series, all of that stuff is just proof of concept for what they already believed. And then the Giannis people who were really high on him, 21 was their proof of concept. 22 against Boston was their proof of concept. So now they get to see, oh, look what Giannis did in the Game 6 closeout game. Look what he did against the Suns. Look what he did against the Celtics, because that's their proof of concept. It's just two different groups of people using the good moments for their proof of concept, and then the people who are down on that player using the bad moments as their proof of concept. For me, I try to be as even killed as possible. I have my biases. There's players I prefer. There's players I don't like. For example, when Paolo has a stinker, that's proof of concept for my opinion of Paolo. When Paolo has an amazing game, variance. Like, because but for the other people who are high on Paolo, the bad games are he's not maximized, spacing, blah, blah, blah. And the good games are proof of concept of what Paolo can be if optimized. It's the exact same thing. Like, everyone has players who they are more optimistic about and players who they are more pessimistic about. So the good moments for the players they're optimistic about are going to prove them right. And the bad moments are just going to be contextualized. That's air quotes again. For why they aren't being as amazing as the people think they are.
Isn't basically the middle ground just what's happening more frequently? Like, if we were to watch like most of each of the players that you listed, what's happening more frequently is really who they are in terms of their skill set and whatnot. Like, basically, is what we can conclude to, right?
It varies.
I mean, I think confirmation bias either way is actually the way to go. Otherwise, I mean, what are we actually like doing? At what point does a player actually get held accountable? Like, as far my confirmation bias is more so based on performance. And I also want to get back to like the Brunson.
The thing I'm confused about this winning shit because
I'm about to explain it. I'm just about to explain it.
You can hold someone accountable though. Like, if someone plays bad, they played bad. Like, that's it. They played bad. But that doesn't mean they are now magically worse than someone they were better than because they played bad for, once again, 6 games. Like, the difference between me and you, I guess, is it's not that I don't put stock in the playoffs. It's I just don't put as much stock in these small samples. getting hot at the right time, now all of a sudden you're a better player than someone who got cold at the wrong time. I don't think you're a better player. Like, you can have played better than that guy. You play better, you help your team win.
That's not it
I'm
either,
gonna
because
give
it's
you
not
credit.
like I've ever had like
I'm not
Jimmy
speaking about
Butler
you.
top 5 or anything like that.
Well, yeah,
when
I'm
he
not
was
speaking about
doing
you. I'm speaking more, Jeb. But there's a lot of people who will put. I mean, I frequented a platform with someone who was ready to put Jimmy Butler top 5 because he was going on postseason runs.
Mhm.
Like, that was a thing that was happening. I'm just on the side of, I look at you through the regular season, I look at you in the playoffs, and more importantly, I look at your skill set and how I view that in general. Like, ultimately, your performances matter in terms of how you help your team win it in that moment. But for me, how I view you as a level of player is based on your skill set. And not just, can you do more things, hezzy tween checklist argument, but more so how I view your skill set in terms of its impact. If your impact if you have a time where, if you're one of the elite 3-point shooters and you go cold for a series, you had a bad series.
Mhm.
That now doesn't mean you're a worse shooter than someone who I've always thought you're a better shooter than. Now, you got cold at the wrong time, and I can hold you accountable for that. At the end of the day, your team needed you to make shots, you didn't. That's a problem. But you're not now a worse shooter than someone who got hot at the right time. And that's how I've always viewed it. So,
But if you're somebody who consistently gets cold come playoff time,
James
and
Harden.
maybe then now I do get to criticize your shot.
Yeah, because the sample increases, and that's my point. It's all about sample sizes. As the sample increases, trends begin to develop. James Harden's a perfect example. James Harden has a consistent trend, and it's not about the closeout games. His 3-point shot is one of the most volatile in playoff history. Like, and that's undeniable. Like, his career 3-point percentage in the playoffs was like 33%. His career 3-point percentage in Houston in the playoffs was like 31%. And for a shooter of James Harden's caliber, who I think we would all agree is an elite shooter, that's unacceptable. And I think he should be held accountable for the fact that not only was he so 3-point reliant, that it disappeared as often as it did. So let's just check. In Houston, so from 2013 to 2020, in the playoffs, James Harden was 32% from 3 over that whole span. That went from 34% to 29%, 38%, 31%, 28%, 30%, 35%, 33%. Very
Jack.
inconsistent, very
Just
up and down. But what you realize is, instead of looking at it in these 6-game intervals, 7-game intervals, we now end up with an 85-game sample, which is a full season length of sample. Now, it did take 7 years, but a season length of sample of 32% shooting. That is now a trend in which I can call out and say James Harden is not a consistent playoff 3-point shooter. Now, what I'm not going to do
it took you
is look
7
at
years to get there.
I mean, I've always people don't listen to me when it comes to James Harden, but that's fine.
I haven't heard.
But what I'm saying is individual series, like, as they are unfolding, I don't then be like, oh, this guy's not good because he went cold in this. Like, that's not how I view it.
I'll give you more so what I'm talking, because KB was asking me, like, what about the win? To me, this is what I'll say about the win. The reason why I'm like, hey, Jalen Brunson, if he performs well and wins, I can solidify that. I have to, number one, I have to find it reasonable enough that you can win. I have to find it reasonable enough that your team is good enough to win. It's not like I'm going in the series looking at a team that's clearly not as good as the other and being like, oh, this player needs to win in order to, like, change a ranking or whatnot. He just needs to perform. I think all of this stuff is relative. And again, everything I'm saying does involve context. I think Jalen Brunson's team is good enough to win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
And so, to me, I'm saying I think if he performs, his team will have a legitimate shot of winning. Now, of course, yes, other players can underperform and stuff like that. But I'm saying, if I see it feasible that the Knicks can win a championship. That's number one. Number two, I disagree with the notion of, oh, because he didn't do it in this particular series, especially when that argument is used to boost you. So let me break it down like this.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is happening with Shea. So I'll use Kobe. Kobe is praised for being a coverage beating player with tough shot making, right? So I need to be able to point to a multitude of series against really good defenses that he does that. Shea right now,
Proof of
Shea's
concept.
argument right now is how great of a mid-range maestro and all of that he is right now. There needs to be a multitude of times we look at a player and he's able to call upon what is his great trait to overcome. It's what great players do. They overcome. So Shea, in my opinion, if we go another, how many more playoff series or playoff runs do we need to see this nigga fall off a cliff, especially against elite defense? Be like, hey, you can't. Shea fans can't go around saying, "Oh my goodness, he's better than this player in the mid range, better than that player in the mid range, better this. He's the shot making it." If you have no series to point to, or very few series to point to, where the shot making matters against elite defense,
Shea is
in my
also covered
opinion,
by
well, Shea
winning.
has what? One? The Mavs?
Well, his mid-range
me
shot
if I'm
making.
wrong.
Yeah, but if you're talking about mid-range, his overall efficiency, sure. His mid-range shot making has been pretty consistently present in the playoffs in his career. It's just everything else falls off a cliff. The rim stuff, the three-point percentage, and then the mid-range frequency increases, which in turn takes
The
down his
Timberwolves.
overall
The
efficiency.
Timberwolves. Thank you, Len.
The
Timberwolves.
So if we're talking about his overall mid-range proficiency, I would argue that's probably the least of his issues in the playoffs, in my opinion. The biggest of his issues is the three-point proficiency and the rim frequency. Those are his bigger issues, which then bleed into the mid-range stuff because the mid-range volume then increases to a degree in which, once again, because we know mid-range shooting is the most inefficient shot on the court. So his overall efficiency metrics are going to go down because his mid-range frequency goes up. That no matter the fact that over the last 4 postseason, well, the last 3, so 24, he was 49% on all his mid-range shots. In 25, it was 47%, and this year is 46% thus far. And if you want to look at just his long mid-range, because you want to say some of his close mid-range shots are easier to get to, in the long mid-range, it was 51% in 24, 47% last year, and this year is at 38%. 38% is probably the most concerning number of all of them, obviously. But the last 2 postseasons, one including the finals run, 47% is extremely proficient long mid-range.
Yeah,
shooting.
that one I definitely.
So I don't think the mid-range stuff has really been his issue, especially last year. It was probably his
shit at
playmaking.
24, whatever.
Like last year is probably his biggest issue as like an overall offensive engine was probably his playmaking. This year has probably been once again the rim frequency and the 3-point shooting.
Three.
Yeah, so but what I'm saying is I don't, of all the nits to pick when it comes to Shea, I don't think the mid-range stuff really is a nit to pick, in my opinion. I don't think that's the thing that we point to and be like, it's not translating in comparison to whoever, Kobe Bryant, whoever. Like Shea makes mid-range shots regular season.
Well, let's do overall shot making then, including the 3.
Yeah, I would agree. And then you would get to a point where we're noticing a trend over, once again, 3 postseasons now. Shea in the last 3 postseasons has played 45 games. And there's a consistent trend of his rim frequency going down, his 3-point proficiency going down, his mid-range frequency going up because of the fact he can't get to the rim with the same at the same level. And that has in turn bled into his overall offensive value. The turnover economy that everyone loves, they go up because he's having to operate in more confined spacing. All of those are very clear flaws to point at when it comes to Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, in my opinion, as you heard me point out yesterday.
I feel like watching him, I don't know, you did just say the numbers, but watching him this year or this playoff setting, and correct me, KB or Jerry, if I'm wrong, but like I've seen one great shot making series from him the
Phoenix series.
Yeah,
the Suns. Yeah, I guess the Suns.
I don't really think. I'll be honest with you.
This
I don't
other
think
stuff has not been.
I'm looking at the
ain't been it.
percentages. I'm looking at the percentages of what he's been doing.
That is
The
literally
percentages
8
look
games.
fine, but I've watched outside
Yeah,
of Phoenix.
it's
I didn't really watch a lot of Phoenix's series, so I'll just
I
not
watched
comment
every
on
dribble
that.
of that. I watched every dribble.
I've watched. Yeah, we know why, but I watched the all of the Lakers series. I watched every game this series. I do think he has been bad in the playoffs per se, but I don't think he's been at the level that like we expected him to be. But I do think the scoring stuff is just it's gone down. Maybe it's because of coverages. I do feel like that's a partial reason. I know a lot of people feel like it's the whole reason sometimes because he's getting a lot of Shea fans or people will just say like, oh, he's getting doubled and tripled constantly. Actually, in the Spurs series, I think he's getting doubled. I think he's getting shaded hard. I don't think he's getting doubled to the level that some people think he is actually getting doubled.
Nah, he was getting double up until.
I
I mean,
think-
last game
I
he
think-
wasn't.
last
I
game,
think
no, but he has been
game one,
getting-
I watched back every single shot attempt, and I even watched back the game. I think there was moments in which where he made 2 shots in a row where they said, "Okay, let's throw a double at him quickly to get the ball out of his hands." But the games in which, like games 2, game 3, I don't really necessarily feel like as if he got doubled heavily, in my opinion. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think he got shaded
because
I think they were stunting, but I don't
Mhm.
think they were like heavy doubling in the way that he was actually people were referring to. And another reason why I think that he's like his scoring is also not translating as much as we expected is because when people take away things, and I've been saying this, when people take away things in your game that you're always elite at and they try to remove it as best as possible, there's other facets of your game that you need to improve as to be able to get back those said things. If you get what I'm trying to say. For a nigga like Shea, who's elite on the ball in terms of scoring and even just creating in general, when they put 2 on you and you cannot either get off of the ball, even if you make the right read, to then get it back in an advantageous situation, that is on you. And I'm not saying it because, oh, I'm blaming him for the 4v3 hoops. He's generating 4v3s. It's fine. His teammates don't know what to do with it, and they know that, and the Spurs know how to rotate. I'm saying when you can even start off the action being off the ball to then allow yourself to get yourself in better situations. Like, and that's something I was constantly pointing out, not even through just the Spurs series, but in the Lakers series. If you're getting hard doubled a lot and they're shading a lot, you need to get off the ball and score off of the basketball, especially. So like that's my biggest gripe when it comes to Shea. Because everybody knows on the ball, I don't think it's without question how we all know how nice he is with the ball, bro. Like nothing he pretty much can't do besides like the 3-point shooting stuff. The rim stuff, I'm not gonna get mad at him when it comes to the Spurs. It's shit. It's Wemby. Like nobody's getting down there that much, bro. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. When the times they do, it gets highlighted, but it's very rarely that they do. You know what I'm trying to say? So like I think Shea needs to learn how to be off the ball. Like I think value off ball scoring, especially for people like Shea who have the ball and you're the best scorer, is extremely valuable. In constant movement is extremely valuable against defenses, especially like the Spurs. Like you need that.
You know who's added the off-ball element to their game?
Who?
Jalen Brunson.
I knew it.
Hey man,
I knew it. Niggas,
it's been 3.5
top of the
hours.
key Roman. dude just did and him coming off of curls. I know you're gonna bring that up, bro.
I mean, off-ball game.
Hey man, that's
Shout out to
why
Karl Anthony
I'm just
Towns,
saying, bro.
man. Shout out to
Why
Karl
do you
Anthony
think
Towns.
why do you think Steph was putting up back-to-back 50s on Wemby? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
we knew when you started glazing the off-ball stuff. I knew you was waiting to push the step.
No, but I'm not. It's not even just that. Like Kobe's another elite
Yeah,
scorer. He
I've
can
been
score off
keeping
the
it.
ball. KD's another elite scorer. He can score off of the ball, right? Like I'm saying, if you want to take that next step, which we all agree, Shea's an elite offensive player, right? Right? We all unanimously agree. Like he needs to add that element of off-ball ability. It just helps with like you can't get doubled as much. And when you even come off of the ball and you're a better off-ball scorer and they draw more attention, the reads become even easier for your team to then be in better situations. Like it's harder to execute a 4v3 than when you come off a curl and someone's just cutting from baseline. All you have to do is just pass the ball and it's a dunk. You get what I'm trying to say? Like it's
but something that San Antonio is also just doing a great job at is top blocking him. So even when he does get off ball, Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper are grabbing him to such a degree to where like they're even when he tries to run off a screen, they're not getting screened because they're grabbing him. And then eventually it's just like Shea's just gonna come get the ball. Like I've seen him try to go off ball, and it's like
I'm not I'm the last person to feel any sympathy when it comes to this off-ball grabbing shit. You know how I feel about that shit already.
Look,
you already know how
I mean, but y'all knew how to lead block. Like OKC OKC isn't trained to be.
I'm talking about Shea.
Jason
You got to
Kelce.
deal with some of the contact stuff that you're gonna have to deal with off the ball. That's just
It's also just hard to beat the Spurs off mid-range shot making. Like whether we like it or not,
yeah.
it's hard. It's hard to like Steph kind of breaks everything because he's doing it from 30 feet. Shea's trying to get to the elbow. Wemby's down there. It's just more difficult. It's just more difficult. So when you're top locking Shea, the counter is going to be to cut back door, as it is for any top lock.
But then you're cutting.
There's an alien down there. Like,
yeah.
So now he's going to have to stop short, shoot a pull up midi, and like that's still going to be contested from rear view pursuit and by the long arm of this Frenchman.
Low-key.
Against San Antonio was him just hitting ridiculous threes.
Yeah, like Steph is just
no, I wasn't. I'm not gonna lie.
But a lot of what Steph is doing, like he's being top locked off the ball, but then he's gonna push off Stephon Castle, and then there's gonna be another screen coming for him, and it's not because he's going all the way in towards the baseline or to the elbow. He's doing it from 28 feet. Like it's just Steph different. Like that's
we were getting top blocked by Stephon Castle, but the I guess to your point, this is in agreement with you. It's just Wemby wasn't. I'm sitting down here because I know you're not a threat from out there. It's that he had to show, so there was space for him to actually cut, and Wemby couldn't recover. But like even when we do backdoor too, like it's just the element of you draw help because even when Shea drives or comes off of a back cut and they're top blocking him, he's gonna Wemby and maybe someone else because Spurs have a tendency of over helping. They are gonna be there. If you make the right read and then also just reroute, you'll probably get the ball in a very good area. It's a lot more work. I will say that. But it will be beneficial to not only him for his offense, but the team in general for that, if that makes sense. But yeah, like obviously like Steph would kind of be like, I don't want to say Wemby killer, because that sounds crazy, but like he's a better shot maker, the more valuable shot to me. I mean,
the answer to the best rim deterrent ever probably is the best 3-point shooter.
Get away from it.
Yeah, sky blue, grass green.
Hey man, listen.
This is why
I don't mind a little Steph prop. Feel me?
This is why Steve Nash's legacy is safe, Mars. Brunson's not killing this defense.
I mean, I'm curious to see because the way the Knicks playing right now, that offense is clicking. So
that
crazy
offense, yeah.
Like. And I understand, like, shout out to Brunson, deserving all the credit he's getting. Now, I think Nash is obviously too far, but are we seeing how good Karl Anthony Towns has been in the playoffs?
Is it crazy to say that he was the best player in the Cavs series?
Whoever the best is whoever the best is. Karl Anthony Towns in the playoffs, and I don't know what Cat is averaging. Cat has been amazing in the playoffs. Yeah, he's been absolutely fantastic, and like he's not doing it on high volume shots. Like I don't like it feels like Cat shoots like 5 times a game, but the spacing, the driving, the decision making, the playmaking, he's legitimately been good on defense. Like it's not he's been good for a bad defender. Good, no, Cat has been a good defensive player in the playoffs. Like there's no other way to say that he's been good defensively in the playoffs. Like I want to give Cat like a lot of credit for what he's been doing in the playoffs, and he's found his 3-point shot.
Bro, could you imagine? I wish they never got. I know
Mario, go like this real quick, Mario. Go like this.
Why would you really talk about the?
Nah, let him know that Bob ain't still.
The topic.
Let him know that Bob ain't still.
Oh my gosh.
Nah,
Cat is at 71 true shooting in the playoffs.
He is, yeah. No, Cat is.
Now we care about true shooting.
He's hooping.
71%. Are we serious?
I mean, we were complaining about relative shooting not too long ago.
He's hooping. Knicks' best player. See how niggas go too far? Jalen Brunson is the Knicks' best player. He's also their best offensive player. I think as Cat has been amazing. I don't even want to like act like I'm not giving credit to Cat.
Where do you guys rank him in terms of playoff performances? This whole run.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like you gotta say Cat been. I feel like you gotta say he's been in and around the top 5.
Yeah, I would say top 7 for sure.
I think you could argue the Knicks have had 2 of the top 5. Wemby being 1, like quite clear to me. But Pat, Brunson, like even if it's below his standards, Shea is still in that group.
Yeah.
Has Shea played better than Brunson?
It depends. I'm gonna be honest. I think saying Shea's played better than Brunson entirely depends on how bad you think Brunson's been on defense in the playoffs.
To me, he hasn't been as detrimental, especially post like Atlanta series.
I mean, you could also. This is just gonna sound like crazy.
That's really it. I don't care which way you go. I think that would be. I think Brunson's been better offensively than Shea in the playoffs.
I'm not gonna lie though. It's crazy how CJ McCollum's been like the best player to expose Jalen Brunson defensively when you had the likes of Embiid, Maxey, Harden.
They've also just been better at keeping him out of action. Mike Brown has used Jalen Brunson in the Steph role of if they bring you into the action, show and run away.
That's what I'm saying. You got a hard hedge and run. That's what you got to do.
He's doing about as good at it as you can possibly hope for. I still think he's been bad on defense. I don't think there's ever going to be a time in which Brunson is good, like consistently. I think he can have. Like,
he's staying out the way.
Yeah, but like he's been about
him being elite on defense.
He's been about as not bad as you could hope for.
How many possessions can we consistently not get you in action as the level of defense he can reach only? But that's
he's the Knicks version of Steph Curry.
Nah, we held it down. We got bigger.
You know, Steph Curry was the hedge and recover king. Come on,
he was. He was.
I ain't gonna lie. The 19 we realized. Listen, I agree. But when he was like 16 or from when Steve Kerr got there, not even when Mark Jackson was 19, when he entered the league from 19 to 2019, hedge and recover, dude. Even to this day, still hedge and recover because you don't want him switching. But I think post 19, he got much better defensively. Like they were.
He did get better. He did.
Like,
and he probably peaked on defense around
22,
23-ish.
He did. He legit. I'm not gonna say like he sat down on people, but like he actually played defense. Like it wasn't a matter of like you can consistently pick on.
That's good enough.
Steph peaked on defense at like 33 years old. Shit, crazy.
He did, like dead ass. But look, because I wasn't planning on being live.
He brought up.
Yeah, my fault. I shouldn't have pulled up. I should have left.
I wasn't.
Let me just let this know.
But hold on, Bob. Wait a minute, Bob. I want to go around the room, and I do want to ask because the game is about to start.
Yeah.
Who do y'all have?
In an hour.
Mm-hmm.
An hour.
It's in an hour.
Yeah,
I thought it was 8 o'clock.
It's 7:27 right now. 6:27.
7:30.
You got like a half an hour.
I
want to go. I want to go around the room.
I'm not making a prediction, so I'll see you tomorrow.
Wow. I'm gonna go around the room to see who y'all have winning tonight. Mario, I'm gonna start with you. Who do you have winning tonight in Game 5? Pivotal Game 5, right? 2-2 series tie.
I got the Spurs going up 3-2.
And why is that?
Obviously because I'm not the biggest fan of OKC, but okay, realistically tonight, OKC should take it since they back at home.
But what if AJ Mitchell and J-Dub are playing?
Are they not?
I think they're out.
Let's go check. Hold on.
Okay, I feel like OKC should still take.
Jalen Williams is questionable. AJ's out.
That's J-Dub questionable?
That's what the real app is telling me. I gotta check Underdog and see if they updated anything.
They've had him at questionable since last game.
Dub is still questionable, so it's probably gonna be like a game time decision or something.
Ain't no way J-Dub back already. Ain't no way.
He was questionable last game too.
If they out, I got the Spurs tonight. By the way, well, I got the Spurs winning the series.
Okay,
but I for sure got them winning if AJ Mitchell and J-Dub are playing.
Oh man,
what was our bet? What was our bet? I completely forgot what it was.
I got the Knicks beating the Spurs if they get to the finals.
Okay, that's what it was. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and I won my money on time.
How many games?
How many games? What
do you have them beating the Spurs?
6.
Heck yeah, man.
Hey, you and your kind. Yeah, I've been because people were telling me about you and your kind
What I
over there
do?
in Lowe's chat,
What I
still
do?
disrespecting the Knicks in big
Whoa,
May
whoa,
26,
whoa, whoa, whoa. See, this is the
2026.
problem. Because I'm in low streams and I'm just watching the games vibing, I just get tied to what I've been defending the Knicks the whole time. I'll be fair. This is where I'll be 100% honest. In the prediction video I made, I did pick Philly to beat them. Reason being, I'll be 100% honest. Reason being, it's because I wanted Embiid to get there. It was more hopium than realism. Realistically, I didn't really see it, but I just wanted it to happen. But no, the Knicks, I've never really had a gripe against, or Jalen Brunson, to be honest. The only gripe I ever had against Jalen Brunson was like 2 years ago. You try to tell me, you know what I'm saying? It's better than 30 or whatever. But like that's the only gripe I've ever had against, I guess, Jalen Brunson or even Cat. Cat, like, I've always liked Cat. The team, I've never actually got mad at in my entire life. The only thing I've ever gotten mad at was like Mikal Bridges' first round picks. And
Are you serious?
that trade.
Real talk. Let me go. Please let me go.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
First off, we're gonna talk about Brunson's defense. I love how y'all be lying about this dude. This dude has been more in transition with steals on defense. This guy's also been helping with trapping as well. He's not a run back in fear like they did with Steph Curry. He actually is attacking at the line. He's trapping. Yes, he is. Sometimes he's even point of defender because what y'all don't notice, what the Knicks do is a good scheme. The closest person to the ball can pressure anyone from free throw line to free throw line. In doing that, all you're doing is just applying enough pressure to allow your teammates to get back on defense. That's all you're doing. That's why when you saw Hart against CJ McCullough, he was pressing him so hard. Hell, you even saw Josh Hart against Mobley. These type of setups is what the Knicks do. So they constantly push and they constantly trap. You don't also see there's a foot in the paint defense. They rotate where they are, and depending on the rotation, they have counters to where they're supposed to be. So I'm not saying Brunson's defense went from a D to like an A+. I'm saying they put him into a system to where he's actually effective and helping out because he does help in transition. He does help with everything else. But when now, I don't understand how you guys don't see that. That's the first thing. And then you saying about Bridges, and you talking about Bridges and the 5 picks all season. What you have not noticed, the Knicks switched roles. Last season, it was Mikal Bridges doing the scoring, and they had OG just basically getting it off the glass. This year, when you look at how they switched it, they said, let's run more plays for OG and let Bridges' defense step up so we can create off of him. He has been playing mostly defense the first half, while OG has been creating offensive points. Now, when OG got hurt, he stepped up. And most people didn't even give him credit in the regular season. But then after the first 3 games, game 1 through 3, he shot bad. But now he came back. He's helping out offensively. He's attacking defensively. He's just a smoother player. And also, when you look at the other side of OG, it's just power downhill. How do you stop that? So to give up picks for a player who's been here for 2 years and have this great of an impact to where we're in the championship, you mean to tell me you wouldn't do the same? It's just because it's the name Mikal Bridges. That's the only issue. If you look at what he's done defensively and what he's done offensively, and a matter of fact, he scored, I think, 19 points last night.
I just don't think 5 first-round picks for a player like Mikal Bridges is something that you should be doing.
They win the championship,
it's right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, wait.
They won't care.
I've listened.
Thank you.
I've listened. Let me speak.
Okay, we listen and don't judge. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's not even that. Just let me finish what I'm saying. I'm saying even if justified with a championship, I hear it. No one's gonna care because he's a valuable player, extremely valuable to the Knicks. I just don't. At the time, I did not. I like the amount of picks given up to be able to go get that player, and it was like realistically. But everybody on the Knicks, like quite literally everyone who's been playing, has been playing out of their like shoes, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. Like Jalen Brunson, Cat, OG, Mikal. Shout out to Josh Hart as well. Like they've all like that. Their core has been hooping, and Mike Brown's been able to maximize them, and not only just make it so that it was just Jalen Brunson ball, but allow other guys to be involved and get maximized. But to go back to the Spurs OKC, I'm praying that the Spurs win this one tonight. I'm not gonna lie, because everything in my head, real talk, you know me, I'm very realistic. Everything in my head is telling me that Shea is about to have a game of all games. This is I'm not gonna lie to you. And my head is telling me Shea 36-8, no turnovers, 2 missed shots. Like,
what if I told you Chet has a 25-12?
Nah, Chet's not playing
With
well.
that.
I'll die
With
on
that.
Hill. I ain't gonna lie.
With that. No. Because the reason why I
Nah, he's
say
not
that
playing
is
well.
because I think OKC's going to win and it's going to be some type of duo between the two of them. I agree with you, Shay, but I think if Chet don't step up this game, they're going to lose to San Antonio. Regardless of if you're scared of that, man, you got teammates to help you out. Get to the rack, grow up here, man. You talk about you ain't scared, attack that. Yo, head down because you were big. 2 steps, bro. Go right to the rack on him every time. Even if he blocks you, go back up again. It's Wemby. He's going to block you anyway, but he's the only guy that can stop you. If you get the courage to attack him, think about what Shaq did with what's his name? No, not Shaq, Yao Ming. When Yao Ming was going up against Sean Bradley, I think it was Sean Bradley.
Wemby's not
pulling
Yao
him.
Ming. Chet ain't
Hold
Shaq.
on, let me finish the point.
I ain't gonna lie.
What happened is his teammates came to him and said, Joe, you need a beast on him. He's soft. What happened ever since then? Yao Ming bodied everyone in the league. Sometimes you need to have that hard contest, especially in the playoffs, to make it who you are. If Chet doesn't step up in this game, he's going to be forever remembered as a big guy that did nothing. But if he attacks and contributes to this game, which I think him and Shea will, I think they'll both have like a 54-point game. Something like that together. Like Shea will get like 27, 30 or something like that, and Chet will get like 20.
I ain't gonna lie though, real talk. When is the Fox game? I need like the Fox 3-point pull-up shooting game.
Playing on one leg.
No,
That's
one leg is
I was gonna
crazy.
say the next home.
I'm not saying it in like a. This is remove my De'Aaron Fox disliking to the side. I'm asking you because like we need just like one Fox game, please.
I think he was doing good. I thought he did good last game because when he was playing on Shea.
25.
You had a Fox game last game.
Yeah,
your
that's what I'm saying.
Your starting point guard had 0 turnovers.
No. That's
what I'm saying. And not even
against
that. Hold
OKC.
No.
Against OKC, that
Look,
matters.
I can give you a round of applause for that, but I'm gonna need 25 from you, big dog.
But wait, hold on. Wait,
we're playing on 1 foot.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
You see the way
all you niggas, hey man,
you're about to tell me. Are you
y'all
about to
been
real
telling
talk?
me Castle and Dylan Harper better anyway, right? Oh, they don't need Fox, right? Okay, then. If he's out there having the ball,
hey, listen, Dylan Harper also hurt.
Turnovers.
Dylan Harper also hurt.
He needs to do right now on one leg.
Dylan Harper hurt. What did he hurt? His adductor? What did he hurt? He hurt something. Dylan Harper hurt his leg too.
Wait, hold on. Look at his defense.
And Dylan Harper been boo-boo last
and Stephon Castle. You see Stephon Castle hand wrapped up, bro. Listen, Dylan Harper's been bad for like a game, bro. You doing the most.
He had 7 points. Stop.
Nah, Fox
had good games. Hasn't been good
seen the defense though? Why are we not talking about the other than the floor?
But
why are we not talking? Why
about Fox defensively?
Who's been better? Who's been better?
I don't know. Harper has been playing better football on Shea. I'll give him that.
Nigga, this is nasty. This is nasty. You tell me about football when you talk about OKC and the defense that they play on your guy. By the way, the same defense. You watching Lou Dort close out with his legs, and you talking about the physicality on Shea, bro. Are we serious?
There was no physicality on Shea. Hold on. You don't remember that Fox play when Shea went straight up in the air and Fox just slid to the side, no contact, and Shea kicked out his feet and they called it? There's a lot of things going on in between the game to where Fox ain't getting the actual
reason why. I'll say this. I think it was a make the reason why they call that is because one, you can't. This is what I hate. And real talk, I'm with you on this basketball shit. If you played a lot of basketball, you understand this. You can't close out into someone's space. And then at the very I mean the very last second, like just pull out,
shy off,
like exactly, you can't do because you're not leaving space for the guard to land. As soon as they lift to shoot,
he had complete footage. Like Shea's feet was,
and on top of that too, no one shows. And this is where I'm defending Shea. No one shows the amount of contact prior even to the shot that they were not calling before he even rose to shoot. He literally was jab, and De'Aaron Fox was just smacked. Arm pull. Then he got to the spot finally.
Okay.
He closed on his space, which you can do, but you have to also be able to fly by, which he didn't do in time.
You know what? Let me just say this.
You can't take away a shooter's space to land and then say that it's not a foul.
Okay. This is
where was he supposed to land?
To the chat. Go back to the first quarter, the 2 minute and I want to say 3 minute mark, like the 2 minute 33 second mark. Watch it from there. the first quarter, and tell me if that is an actual foul.
Real
All
talk,
of
you
that
understand.
dunk
Actually, you know what's
contest is
crazy? Real
normal
talk, you're just
play.
like me. We're both primarily jump shooters. You get what I'm saying about landing space.
Yes.
Well, I was.
Yeah, I
I'm
forgot
not
you.
doing
But if
much
you look
jumping
at
or
the
shooting
play, he
nowadays.
Yeah,
jumps
But
up, and
you
as
washed
he's
now.
coming,
But I'm
he
saying like
slips
I
off.
used to, yes.
Landing
he
space
fell.
was not a thing when we hooped. That was not a
Exactly.
thing.
No,
It
yes,
never was.
yes,
yes,
it
it
was.
was.
No,
Yes,
yes,
it
it
No,
was.
it
was.
wasn't.
What?
I have
Not
to,
with my
hey,
league.
In
well,
high
at least
school?
I used to enforce it to a referee because I had got so tired because it's the worst when you're the labeled shooter on a team and now everybody's flying at you hard at these closeouts. I had twisted my ankle one too many times. I just started going to the refs, being like, "Hey, bro, I got to be able to come down safely, please.
Bro, I
I'm tired of
remember
twisting my ankle."
I never
man.
heard
I
of
remember
that
when I was in
call,
high
man.
school,
Yeah,
I
I've
came
never
off
heard
I
that
came
before.
off a pin down, an easy pin down, like above the break three. I'm mid-air, I'm landing. I land literally like awkwardly because this guy's in my landing space. Bro, I had like an Achilles
But
strain. I was out for like weeks.
this
That
is
shit
where I
hurt, by the
agree
way,
with
too,
Ox
bro.
though. But this is where I agree with Ox though. When you play basketball long enough, you learn to play on your tippy toes. And the fact that people like for me, I never
And
was
your
a shooter.
awareness.
I
Bro,
ran
you don't
downhill. I
land.
was a
It's not
downhill
that's
ball.
not first of all, it's not
Wait,
safe
hold
to
on, hold on.
land on your
Let me
tippy
finish. Let me
toes.
finish. What I'm talking about is when you're actually playing with people, you learn how to land on things. Like me, I used to have problems. I'd be getting in the paint. I'm 5'10". I always played against the center and power forward. So every time I'm in there, I'm trying to box out, grab rebounds. I learned how to land and hit my feet on positions to
You
where
was the
when I get
5'10" power
contact,
forward.
yeah,
Goodness gracious.
I was 250 pounds. I boxed out with the best of them. Nobody was grabbing. I was literally Josh Hart, but I had no jump shot. I could just go downhill and lay it up, or I could put
I
you in
was,
the post and spin.
Yeah.
That was
I was a
it.
6 foot shooting guard.
But what I'm saying is being
I'm not
down
gonna lie,
there
I was
and
95.
practicing
I
and
ain't gonna
doing
cap.
drills, you learn how to move and maneuver your feet. A lot of times when I'm jumping, there's feet everywhere. But when I land in my position because I'm looking at the ground and making sure that when the
You can't.
shot's
But the
up.
thing is, though, when you shoot the shot that Shay is
You're not
shooting,
shoot. Yeah, you're
it's
not
like
shooting
But
them
Shea
anywhere.
you're
isn't
not
shooting the
landing
shot.
anywhere else. When you're getting a rebound,
Any
when you're getting a rebound,
reasonable
you're following a ball
yeah.
basically. Like you're tracking a ball. You could shoot. You could be boxing out one way and it could be crowded. It can hit backward and go long, and you're running to go get the ball. That's different between you going up and down on a jump shot. Like
Okay.
Shea is shooting the ball going up and down. He sees there's no landing space, so I need to fall to protect myself, which is another thing people don't understand. And I'm
Harden
even
does
one
that
to
well.
defend this too. When you are Joel Embiid, for example, SGA, and you know, like you're someone who's an extremely like you just make
Nah,
a
that
lot of
shit capped. Okay,
no, 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 no,
some
no,
of
no.
that shit
So
capped.
I'm saying I'm not
Nah,
saying
They
all
try
the
to act
time.
like
I'm
you're not trying to
whoa,
draw a
just let me
foul
finish.
on
Let me
some
finish.
of
Let me
them
finish.
shots.
I'm not saying it to draw fouls. I'm saying it in terms of protection for yourself. Even for someone like Steph, I've seen Steph over exaggerate contact too sometimes. I'm saying for the betterment of you because you know you can make shots. It's sometimes better for. I'm not saying these are always fouls. For you to fall sometimes to be able to protect your legs from sustaining a bad injury because all it takes is one awkward landing and you're cooked. Like literally, that's what it is, bro. I think Fox get hurt off of that shit?
Yeah, I think so. Let me read the rest of these super chats. Let me see. Oh yeah, I read that one. The tribe one said, I double talk
I doubt.
at the title. It says F Mars. LOL. I'm trolling. CP3 is better than all, but Magic and Curry at this point. Nash is nice. Yeah, Nash cool. Yeah, all right. Tribe one with another $2 super chat is D Book, Laurie Billups, Laurie Ascension's fake. Is D Book, Laurie
That is a
Billups,
weird group.
This is a
Laurie
weird group.
Ascension's fake?
That is bad, actually.
What makes you put Billups and Lowry?
Lord, yeah,
Lowry.
like
D-Book in
get
the
those
same-
two out of there. Maybe we got something. That's
like
I don't like
Billups
that.
and D-Book is a
What
bit
is the
strange.
D-Book and Lowry
Yeah,
combination?
I don't know where you went with that one. Tribe one, OG team with the $2 super chat said, "Real talk, you prefer Drew says Laurie archetype over Nash / Holly? Depends on who's all on my. Well, number one, I'm taking Nash, Holly, and Drew over Kyle Lowry.
Right.
Kyle Lowry is another one to me, quickly going
Replaceable.
up the overrated ranks. But
Who overrates
'cause
Kyle
niggas-
Lowry?
Bro, niggas told me
A
he's
lot of
better than
people
Drew
do.
Holiday,
Yeah, a
and
lot of people do.
I lost.
Who
I'm
told you
sorry,
that?
he's not. Niggas on PC. I forgot, but Drew
That's
Holiday's
gotta
better
be
than
like
Kyle
that.
Lowry.
Sounds like Ox. No offense, but that sounds
Nah,
like Ox.
Lowry
No,
has a fan
Ox
base.
loves Drew Holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Drew Holiday's better than Kyle Lowry, respectfully. If I have a number one offensive player on my team already, I'm taking Drew. If I don't, I'll take Nash and Holly over Drew. So, like, basically, if I need an offensive engine, them.
So
If
you
I
do believe
need,
Hallie's a number one? Thank you. Answered
no,
my
he's just a better
year.
one than
No,
Drew
no, no, no.
Holiday.
Next super
But
chat. Next super
you
chat,
know,
man.
I guess. The Tribe won $2 super chat. Where does Nash fit for y'all all time offensively? Probably bottom end of the top 10, if top 10 at all. And if I have Jalen Brunson close to him, it did make me realize maybe I am lower on him than I think.
I got him.
I don't know.
I'm glad.
You got him what?
I got him.
J
12.
Dub's out. J Dub's out officially.
Officially?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Spurs. Hey, man, this is your moment. Hey, first off, let me do this. Wemby. I'm letting y'all know right now. Wemby finna go 45-20 with 6 blocks. It's finna be one of them nights tonight for Victor Wembanyama. So y'all get ready. Now let's go back.
Joe Mazzulla, coach of the year.
Oh, by the way, real talk.
Watch.
I just seen the video not too long ago about like the MVP video on PC. The fact that y'all let Swiper get off, I thought, or he said that he thinks that Wemby was the best player in the world since January, is such BS, bro.
I don't take Swiper seriously.
Funny guy.
I don't take
Funny
Swiper
guy.
seriously. I don't take Swiper seriously neither, because he was sitting there when Atlanta was up 2-1 against the Knicks. He's sitting there, was like, McCullough's on his hip. He was setting them down. Atlanta's gonna win the series. They're gonna go to the finals.
Yeah, we know what Swiper is, especially.
I love him though. That's a real good dude, but sometimes his takes.
Yeah, Swiper cool as hell.
Really, yeah.
But,
I respect him like a brother, man. But yeah, it's just his takes be rage baiting me sometimes.
That breath hot. DJ Hosta, 5031, $5 super chat said top 3 African hoopers ever. 1 Hakeem, 2 Giannis, 3 Steve Nash. Steve Nash is like South African.
Yeah. But Giannis is Greek freak though.
Yeah, colonizer.
Crazy.
Yeah,
he got it all figured
exactly.
Hakeem in the gap, by the way.
That's part of the reason why. Shout out to all my Pan-African. Hey, the Tribe won, $5 super chat. How well they play against elite teams is what's important, which is why people inherently prop up a ring in the first place. It's not about the hard work. Thank you, Tribe. Tribe one kind of get understood. It's like, no, it's not per se just about the winning, but what usually leads to winning is the star player.
Okay, so if Brunson plays like ass and they win the title, is it still like this?
Yeah, it's still like that. He just hasn't surpassed him yet.
He didn't move up.
He didn't move up.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Tribe won $2 super chat. L ring culture. I blame MJ fans that ruins discourse. You just said in the last super chat. You know what? Folio 199. Damn, Nash slander on Mars fake B-Day. Facts.
That's his birthday.
It's his birthday?
Allegedly.
32nd.
Allegedly. It
He turned
is
32
allegedly.
today. Shout out to Mars.
Yeah, allegedly. But
32nd birthday.
that will be all for me, people. Again, I was not expecting to go 4 hours.
4
on
hours.
this. But hey,
crazy.
Pause.
this is what happens, right? When like I wanted to come on here and talk shit. And
Mars,
so
stop ducking me
I can
about
do
Brunson.
that.
We need to talk, buddy.
Does everybody want to
I ain't gonna
tell
lie, real
people where
talk.
they can find you and stuff?
Sorry,
Oh,
what'd you say?
sure. You can find me on Blue Orange Tears. I also write in Substacks as well for the Knicks. We do content on our own. We do a lot of shows. Pretty much anything on Blue Orange Tears, just look up Cowboy Bob. You a Knicks fan? Trust me, you're gonna love it. But thanks, man. Also, we also on Instagram and all of that. So I appreciate the support, guys.
Also, I don't know if I'm gonna be doing the game now that I've been live for 4 hours, but I will be doing a post game. So make
Okay.
sure that you turn that notification bell on so you know when we go live. And also make
Subscribe
sure
and
that you
like.
like the stream. Make sure that you're subscribed. We're on the road to 10K. We're trying to get to 10K as quickly as possible. Shout out to y'all, man. We started the season, by the way, at 1,000 subscribers. We are winding down the season and we're closing in on 8K or something like that. So appreciate y'all, man. It's been great. It's been fantastic. Continue to like, continue to share, continue to support, and I appreciate it to the fullest. But yeah, I will be post game. But KB, do you want to tell the people where they can find you?
Oh yeah, KB knows ball and everything. Yeah, on everything except for my football account, which is KB Talks Footy. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Like always, appreciate Real Talk. It's my dog, day one. You know what I'm saying? Yo, pull up to the Discord, man. Watch Game 5 with us. It means vibes.
I be trying because now I do like these post games. I be like locked in watching the games now. That's why I don't even like stream during the games too much anymore. I'm trying to like actually have
There's not really. I'll be
informed
honest. There's the
thoughts
like
and
these games,
opinions in my
especially
post
this series in
games.
particular. We're like most of the people on stage, like if not everybody, is really locked into the game. No one's really like doing bullshit. Like most of the time, we're just actually super locked in because this series has been fantastic, as I think we all agree. So
yeah. So I may pull up, man. Mario, do you want to tell the people where they can find you? How you've traded on me and gone off to another podcast and stuff?
Lies. Of course, Maria knows best on all
Treason.
my. Maria knows best on all my platforms. I'm also a part of a podcast called The Rec League on YouTube channel. We talk NBA. We plan to dive into the WNBA once the NBA season wraps up. As y'all know, on my podcast, I'm talking WNBA. So please subscribe if you're interested in supporting the women's side of things.
Yes. Oh, also, by the way,
Celebrity
to
are winning the
everybody,
championship this year.
I will be transitioning to the W. That kind of sounded weird, like I'm Joanna Man or something. But like, I will be covering the W at the conclusion of the NBA season. So make sure that y'all tap into that. We'll definitely be making slanderous videos about Caitlin Clark. I'm going to tap into the Caitlin Clark method this season. So make sure that
the
y'all tap
Caitlin
in.
Clark method.
Yeah, the Caitlin Clark method.
If people are
It's
calling
very
her
effective.
the woman Trey Young, is that true? I haven't been keeping up with the W like that.
I mean, she's Trey Young with better PR. I mean, it is what it is. Jerry, where you at, man? Tell the people where you can find you.
A Lake Show Jerry right here on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button and on Twitter and TikTok as well. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, shout out to Olivia Miles, my second favorite W player after Kennedy Carter. We're going to talk about. Do y'all know that Kennedy Carter is shooting like 66% from the field right now? And you niggas be telling, I'm not even gonna go. Kennedy Carter is a top 10 player on the planet. I don't know why people just hate to admit this. She one of them ones. 60+% is absolutely absurd as a guard. And she was out the league. Talk about politics. Top 10 player in the world, not in the league. How does that even make sense? Any whoosies. And then Olivia, what's also funny about Olivia Miles is that I love Olivia. And I just shat all on Steve Nash. And she kind of reminds me of Steve Nash a lot. But oh well. I'm flip-floppy sometimes. It is what it is. I can have a bias towards some players. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I'm sorry. But I will catch you all later again. Make sure that you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell so you know when we're live. We will be live post-game. Also, make sure that you subscribe. If you're watching this via VOD, make sure that you like and subscribe as well. Make sure you comment and hype the video, as all of that helps us out in the algorithm. And until next time, It's been real. Peace, love, and blessings to you all, man.
Be safe, y'all.
Peace out.